What is up? And happy Friday to all of you. It's almost time for the weekend to be upon you, which is why we're going to make sure we're able to help you welcome it in style. That is right. We are back for the HIMS Cup again. And the players are already underway. This is going to feature a brand spanking new map, by the way. That's right. Like, big shout out to Caillou. I give him, like, no turnaround, and he just slam dunks it time and time again. And I'm also pleased to say we're going to see the previous new map featured as well as it has been drafted. Because it is HIMS time. That's right. Another best of 9. The return of our current reigning champion in loueMT, but a challenger emerges. And it is going to be a European. The Spaniard Stallion is going to be looking to slay. We've got LucifroN versus loueMT in a best of 9. Courtesy of the support of the people over at HIMS. So, if you guys are not familiar with HIMS Cup, you haven't looked before, you haven't seen it, and that's actually just reminding me I need to turn the Nightbot on so you guys actually get pinged about it so you can get the info you need. We are working with HIMS for the next, I guess about another 2 months-ish, to create show matches on the Fridays. So, every Friday, you better check in and see some pretty interesting content. And also, I'm just going to change... Maybe every 20 minutes? Yeah. There we go. So, with HIMS, they basically came in. I pitched the idea of, like, show matches. They were intrigued. And I said, I want to try and make it special, make it different. So, what we've done is we've actually gone out of our way to once again have a brand spanking new map for the second HIMS Cup. We're going to be having Alopecia, which is a fun map. And the name will make sense when we get him. It is getting a bit comical that we never have bald guys. But maybe they've just been taking the HIMS product and it's worked out nicely for him. But... it will be a fun one. We are going to be probably... I think we see like 7 or 8 games here between these two. I think LucifroN's going to be cooking because he was straight away asking like, "What's the maps? Like, what?" So I can prep and practice. He's a very thorough guy. By the way, if you guys are not familiar with HIMS, exclamation up HIMS. You want to check them out. If you are suffering with hair loss, ED issues, whatever it may be, these are uncomfortable things to talk about, and they're quite awkward to try and go through. The in-person processes. So HIMS is there to facilitate a remote access to these type of services and figure out what the best products in mind would be for you and then recommend and try to get you that care. So if you guys want to check them out, we are doing these campaigns with them throughout the next few months. Next month we'll be focusing on ED, but for now we're focusing on hair loss. Because the reality check, guys, is not everyone can have hair like this. I'm sorry, I'm going to brag about it. It's my one redeeming quality. Now, sometimes you luck out. I know plenty of people I met in Age of Empires 4 that are already very much lucking out. The hairline is retreating quicker than France in World War II. So they need some assistance, and HIMS might be able to provide that. So check it out. Make sure you do your research into this, as we are talking about medical products always. But yeah, big shout out to HIMS for getting involved in the channel. And we already have our draft. Interesting. Now, Alopecia, they would have both had a look at the map. It's the best way I can describe Alopecia to you is I shouldn't have to. You should be clicking on the HIMS link and checking it out and not needing to worry about that. Ayo, but no, seriously, the best way I can describe Alopecia to you is that it's kind of like mountain clearing meets high view, but with a little bit more space. So it's not as constricting as mountain clearing is, where it feels very cheesy, really rushy. And it looks like they feel the same way as well, because opening picks, we are going to actually have Shushi versus the Malians. Interesting. This wasn't exactly what we had last week with Receding. I think last week was it Chinese versus Malians, but very similar in some ways. Bald LucifroN looks so cursed. You know, I thought about just genuinely, like, baldifying both of these guys, but it just didn't. I think that's just harsh. I wasn't going to do that to them. That would have been mean. Although, you know, also kind of like funny. No, KP, don't do it. No, we won't do it to them. We won't do it to them. Link behaves weird for sure. It might be dependent on your country. For me, it's fine. I click and I go through. So I can show you guys like quickly like where you're going to get like led to. You'll be led to doink. Okay. If it tracks my projects, there we go. Boom. In here. And like on the HIMS website, there's... Oh, what's that? I'll even click it through here. So like, yeah, up the top. Boom. And on the website, it basically has this quiz or rather survey, quiz, yeah, survey, whichever one you want, to help you kind of get the treatment you need. So yeah, it works fine for me. It might be certain countries, I don't know like what the parameters are. Maybe in certain countries it just doesn't register properly. I'll have to check in with them. Yeah, but big shout out to them for actually coming in and providing some money to the AE4 scene because, you know, we are a small scene. Everyone wants to sponsor Valorant and whatnot. Honestly, I think there's a lot of value in our scene from like an efficiency and budget standpoint. So I'm glad that they were woke to that idea. They woke to the idea of checking out something that wasn't just rated as a top 5 most watched esport, which is great. So, can get the game started up now. From an average age standpoint, yeah, I'm not gonna like lie to you. They may have mentioned that in the pitch deck. I was like, they need you. It's perfect. Oh. If they don't need you yet, wait until they experience some of these cheesy comps on the ladder. Then they'll definitely need you. Kind of good at this sponsorships thing. What do you mean? Like, shilling? As people refer to it to be normally. I mean, yeah, like for me, when I'm looking at sponsorships, I mean, I'd like to try and always find things that can be genuine, reliable, whatever. Like, even if it's not a product that fully applies to me, right? Like, I'm not going bald, hopefully, anytime soon. But I understand the necessity of it and the issue and why it is a good thing for people, why certain people want it. And it's then all about the idea of, like, okay, like, you know, what is the relevant sell point? It's like, you know, I think the worst thing you can do is just sell on features. You need to find uses, right? Like Jean's feats for certain browsers. Or like with HIMS, you know, maybe the issue you're having when we're not getting a day is because you don't have, like, you know, you essentially sell people on, like, what do they get out of it instead of what the feature is. I'm always reminded of a classic one is car salesman. If you ever meet a good car salesman, you know it, right? It's like a bad car salesman will list your features and they'll be like, yeah, so this has like vibration pads around the back seats, and also like does X like horsepower. Like, that's BS. Straight away I'd be like, yo, so if you're ever worried about car crashes, because it could happen to any of us, the biggest worry for you guys as parents is going to be your kids. That's where those anti-vibration pads come in. They guarantee that your kid could be sleeping and they wouldn't even wake. It's that comfortable, right? Like, which one are you going to buy from? It's like, if anyone ever finds themselves in a sales role and need to do sales, like, that's my recommendation is figure out what a person wants and, like, how you can facilitate that. Bad salesmen try to sell you what they want. Good salesmen sell you what you need. All right. Looks like we're ready to get underway with G1 anyway. Wait, are they on the wrong map? Oh, no. I see what's happened. LucifroN's having a quick look at the map. Now I just... Okay. Just wanted to, like, remind... I just went to click on LucifroN. I was like, why is he on the wrong map? I was like, oh, he's just loaded it up to have a look. For sponsorship, do you just approach the companies? Yeah, and it's like a thankless job that is a metric duck ton of no's, or you don't... Like, a lot of people just don't even give you no's. It can be very challenging to, like, barge down the door. I'm confident that if I'm in front of someone, I can convince them around, but, like, cold call emails or whatever is just another ball game of tediousness. Like, most people just don't care. You have to find ways to make people care. So yeah, it's like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, when I say I do a lot of work that you guys just don't see behind the scenes, this is exactly what I'm referring to. And other things. Like, I figured it out, like, yesterday. Did we do 8 hours of stream, maybe? And then I done 2 hours beforehand, and then I had to take influencer calls. I think I worked like 12 hours yesterday, at least. So yeah, and I still need to find time to really push on the esports side, because I really want to get back to doing, like, events in multiple games, because I love presenting, man. So yeah, and a lot of it is like tireless, thankless, or just expected of you, right? It's like, there's a, yeah, we work hard to try and play hard. And, like, if there's ever people that have contact points that will lead to facilitate deals, I'm willing to figure out a commission structure to help you guys in return for that. Like, I don't want people feeling like they just, like, they could potentially be putting in loads of work and doing, like, and getting nothing in return. Because the other thing is that actually helps me on the influencer roster side, because we rep some amazing talent over at my agency. So it helps me find them additional deals as well. So yeah, always looking for the win-wins for people. So we are just waiting for the lads to get started now. I think LucifroN was just double-checking the maps. In fact, let me make sure I download the newest map. I can show you guys the map, by the way. This is a really cool one. So we're going to be having Alopecia. I just realized we're still capturing Tempest Rising in the game cap. There we go. So Alopecia is brand spanking new map that Caillou has made. We're waiting for the lads to start the lobby, so we should have a sec to quickly look at it. It's an interesting one. I said it's a little bit like Mountain Clearing meets Highview, and you'll see why. Starting the bracket with banger matchup. Oh, this isn't KPMM. KPMM we might cast some KPMM games later, but this is the HIMS Cup. It's a different event we run. That's right, we run multiple events. So we want... Am I blind? There we go. So yeah, I'll show you this map quickly, guys, and then after I think the boys should be in lobby ready to roll. Also, I need a drink. Drink! Good old Father Ted. So, this is going to be Alopecia. Yep. So we have the balding head feel. A really cool map, though. I'm looking forward to seeing how this one plays out. Like I said, it's a little reminiscent of Mountain Clearing in some ways, but like you can see there's more distance Mountain Clearing has. There isn't the oppressive single sacred site in the center. There's more spread on the flanks. So like, yeah, it should be... I think it's a map where a lot more civs can apply than what happened with Mountain Clearing, whereas Mountain Clearing maybe seemed hype in the very, very early points, and then it just became linear. You pick 2 or 3 civs, and 1 or 2 of those were just like OP, they would win. Map intentionally named that way? Maybe. What's it to you? Do you feel like you're being targeted, Patrick? Maybe you've had the fixie-uppy pillies. You wouldn't feel targeted anymore. Just food for thought. Oh, we on the right over... Ah, I realized what I'd done wrong. I knew there was someone I forgot to change. There we go. Oh, and let me get predictions up for you guys. Alopecia, is it an illness that has no cure? It's to do with hair loss, though, right? I haven't got the full details, but we'll talk about that. Yeah, they're all reference to baldness, the idea. All right, let's get ready to go, though. We got the boys on the wrong side. One and all, we've done... Oh, no, I just realized. Let's... Wait, where's the map? It's gone off... It's off the screen. It's literally just gone off the screen. I don't understand. It just full drifted in the stratosphere. Okay, we're good. We're good. Let's try that again. One and all, we've done it again! Another brand new map. That's right. We have welcomed back HIMS Cup, edition number 2, with the addition of a new map. This right here is Alopecia. That's right. Shout out to Caillou for getting this turned around in a very short time. This is a little bit of a mixture between Highview and Mountain Clearing. Should get some interesting dynamics going between these players. And speaking of the players, we've got 2 absolute beasts of the game here facing off. We've got loueMT going up against LucifroN in a best of 9. That's right. We're going to make them sweat. And this map is going to feature a lot because it's going to be every single other game on Alopecia. So, talking about this map a little bit, we have got double Sacred Site. One of the things I noticed about Mountain Clearing, we wanted to have the players be a bit further away than that, but we also didn't want to have that singular sacred site that creates a very oppressive objective. But we did want to try and adopt things like what Highview has with the flank idea. This is almost kind of inspired by, people like Avali and their creations with Oasis, or sorry, Basin, where you could rotate hidden. But what we've done is then leveled up by applying some new points of interest. So we have got the abandoned outpost here to give you that vision control and make it a little bit more difficult for someone to just sneak in on you unnoticed. So pretty cool map. And that is a... Oh my god, that's a pretty broken meditation garden. 75 gold? 75. Wow. Yeah, LucifroN, I wondered, man. Because he was straight away, after we invited him, he's like, sure, can you let me know what the map is, or if it's not ready yet, the concept of the map? He's always cooking, he's always theory crafting, and this... I don't know how reliable these type of spawns are. I mean, you could get at least the berries plus the gold and the trees, which is worth it. But that right there, guys, is going to be 75 gold and probably about 20 wood. So while it's not a 100 plus, it's a lofty amount of gold to have in what usually turns into a Pro Scouts matchup. And these right here, the HIMS Cups are not tournament bracketed. They are show matches. So we invite 2 players each week to a best of 9, featuring either a new map or a new game mode. A little teaser of things to come, by the way. Wink, wink. So it's going to be a Raxby game from the Shushi. It doesn't just straight off go into the Scouts. That makes sense, though, because of the way he's done this. He probably wants less people on gold because of the passive gold gen. On the other side of it, Louis, usually what we see out Malians is they open stables first, but this might actually force his hand a different way. I wonder if that's what LucifroN's thinking. It's like, if I go stables first, he has the edge because his Scouts are better. But by going Rax, I can force him into a weird position. Conquer Cash? Oh, why would we use the existing game modes? Did you ever think that maybe we're making new game modes? Yeah. What can I say? We're working hard. More info to come on that, by the way. Okay, so I wonder if LucifroN... Is there a world in which he just doesn't pro scout here? Maybe you just open spears, shove away, shove a deer in, and then play full aggro? Tricky. It feels like for Shushi, their best timing is actually getting into castle because then you get mass knights going. That's really the big power play. So it's forced to build on the spears. We'll use the first one to get the abandoned outpost. There's still likely a deer shove to be done after this. It's just doing a deer shove with 1 spearman is really awkward. 2 is doable. 3 is comfort. And Louis is hanging around like a frustrating mother ducker. Yeah, just wants the information. So he knows it is going to be the pro scouts in a rush here from LucifroN. He's not looking to go all in. So we will get the lane. Just to slow down the pacing here. Other side of the field, mill is being constructed. So loueMT looking at pro scouts also. And the second pit mine. I guess this is a nice part about Malians on this map is the almost the safety of the stealth forests. Dangerous to walk into unguarded, sure, but less likely your opponent knows where your pit mines are straight away. LucifroN. Is it just going to be maybe aggroing to hunker down? Would be good to get something tested in prior. We've got testing going on. Our guys are pretty thorough. Like, for example, Kayu, when he made this map, he just kept spawning and iterating. He even tested it with a friend or 2. So, yeah, shout out to the modders who, like, unsung heroes. They actually work their butt off. My hopes is that we can... I'd love to, in the future, be able to just actually pull some extra money aside to, like, disperse between them for the efforts. Because it is a... It's an unsung job, and it's not like modders have any way of financially being incentivized with AoE4 currently. Right? It's not like we're a game that, like, for example, Dota 2, mods can have, like, a battle party type thing for them where you can add extra content if you want to your mod, and then you have a way of, like, getting kickback money from the community. Okay, so loueMT, is he not doing pro scouts? No, he queued up a cow. Wait, what? Okay, this is cool now. Yeah, Malians going all in is not something I really had on the bingo card. Especially when he's behind the count like this. There's already 5 spears, so it might be difficult to actually block him. And LucifroN even going deeper greedy. The other worry I have for this idea from Louis, I mean, it's a good thing he went for the triple warrior scout, because the reality check here is with all this shroud, this stealth, it might be difficult to catch your opponent grabbing the goodies. I think also maybe Louis, does he think he had a bug spawn or something? He's got subtly hidden deer on the flank that I don't think he's fully scouted. Javelins as well. Yeah, Louis is going full. But LucifroN might actually just be able to thread the needle on a tech up here. His income looks pretty good. Only needs about another minute before we can trigger the tech up. And at the current skill point, that's only going to be like, what, 3, 4 javelins? Maybe 5 or 6 Donzos max for Louis. That's not a great dive force. By the way, check Louis' vision. I quite like these abandoned outposts. I wouldn't mind there being an alternate form of this point of interest that has more vision, but requires units to stand on it to give vision. Yeah, you can just see actually how much control he should theoretically have on the map. And the other awkward thing I'm seeing here is, ooh, yeah, the relic spawns were a little bit wonky in this one. That's, I think this one's meant to balance out to LucifroN's side a little bit, so it's not atrocious. But what I will say is, like, LucifroN's relics are kind of predictable on what he can grab. So loueMT could play blocker, and he'll have to here. Shaolin Monastery now on the way from LucifroN. And yes, I mean like the towers in StarCraft. It makes sense because vision's a very powerful tool, and getting it for free is quite a big thing. What you could have, that I think would be interesting, is if you capped it up, and it gave vision while it was at least captured a little bit after being fully captured, but when you don't have units on the abandoned outposts, the bar depletes. So if you just go and capture it and never come back, you're going to lose the vision eventually without your opponent having to do anything. Looks like LucifroN's trying to snatch more goodies. Louis camping for it as well. He's expecting that to happen. Was this meant to be a Farimba build? Because if it was for Louis, it looks a little bit off on the timing. Yeah, first Lancer's already out. It's problematic here. Shaolin Monks are going to be pretty decent at fighting back against the army Louis has. Usually with Shaolin Monks, the best way of dealing with them is either range units or, I say, heavy cav. Are the 2 ways to go. Although he has range units, javelins are kind of less shrug damage. 8 damage against 170 HP units, not incredible. To make matters worse, of course, is that body of iron that resists further. Got more sneak attempts on the flanks. But I like the way Louis is playing this just down the center. Unfortunately, his timing was bad here. The outpost not going up. Did not respect that first Lancer. So nicely done, LucifroN with the double kill. Now, Louis is still doing a great job of blocking LucifroN from additional gathering. And Lucy, a little bit of a loosey-goosey there on the gathering on the gold. Will be forced away. But the Lancer count is reaching the point where you can actually start to break out here. Yep, jumps on top of the Donzos. Good micro away the injured party, and that actually forces a bit of a weird overlap there by Louis. Nicely microed away with the injured. I mean, realistically, you shouldn't have any way of healing these guys because you went Shaolin Monks, but still, they could be Raiders on even 1 HP against villagers later. And brings them back in. Love that. Gets the recharge. Gets the chase down. loueMT, if this was meant to be Farimba, losing the javelins is going to be insanely costly. This is his scale point right now. Donzo's, whatever. But if the javs fall, the plan begins to unravel for the Chinese prodigy. There is something ironic about beating a Chinese player with a Chinese suit. You know? Donzo's almost got the sniper, unfortunately unable to. Is there a world in which LucifroN just builds a monastery and a single monk? If he thinks he can get 5 relics, it's worth having a monastery. I don't know if I'd say, like, the monk play at this stage feels cost efficient. Because obviously, like, you know, in a way, it's cost efficient. You're saving lives, but the time it takes is crazy. And here we go. Farimba Garrison it is. Gotta say, though, guys, that is not an army that impresses me. I'm not currently seeing the picture for Louis. Like, this build is weird, right? Like, this is very different to what we see. I think in Louis' mindset, he thought he'd do a better job of just denying pro scouts indefinitely. And LucifroN would then be starved. But we can see, like, LucifroN's got so much freedom reserve. His only issue right now is gold. Maybe that's what Louis saw. He saw the 4th gold, and he's like, great, I can punish him there. But yeah, we do actually have the monks coming. So it is going to be a healing strat. Oh, this is sick. It's not often you see someone do this after going Shaolin Monks. It's been the Shaolin Monks. 3rd relic on the way home. Does he know? Oh, no. Okay, he knows about this one. Unfortunately, doesn't know about this one by the looks of it. I dig LucifroN's strategy here, by the way. And I know what someone's going to say, KP, this is literally what you do every game as Sushi. Why are you digging the most obvious? Oh, wow, she's going to see it. But the thing that I dig most about it is on this map. Like, the pick here makes a lot of sense for this strategy because of all this stealth forest. Now, Louis has done a good job of maintaining vision up to a point with the abandoned outpost, but he's starting to lose map control fast. So, with loss of map control also comes extreme loss of vision. He's on his way with the Javelin Donzos now to try and do something about that. And LucifroN, you want to walk away from this. Yeah, it's not worth the risk now that it's veterancy Donzos. We do have Sneaky Gathering in the corner, by the way. LucifroN, and that's why Louis just reacted so aggressively to that. If that capture came through, there was maybe a risk he got scouted. I think he wouldn't have. It probably sees out to about here. I didn't want to risk it for the biscuit. LucifroN already now into the Jiangnan. Very early timing for a farm transition. I thought he'd have actually more food to work with. But I guess between the take in the center from Louis and the difficulty of this north side, it does make some sense. And look at that. The top-off strat, man. This is cool. Only a single monk, but it's pretty efficient if you're just gonna every once in a while realize, oh yeah, this guy, they're out of business now, right? I could throw them into the enemy army and like get one hit, or I could get a fresh unit. And the wall, cheeky timing there, Louis. Just about blocks LucifroN off and forces him to run into Donzos. Uh-oh. Those hulls should be able to take down the remainder. Yeah, remember the javelins with the poison damage. Should be able to get the killer. So one of these lances is going to go down. So that's 3 lances dead out of the 4. Nice slowdown. And now LucifroN forced to transition into the Chug. That's going to drastically slow down his composition, though. I think instead, maybe just focusing on economy makes a lot more sense. He's got 3 relics home already. 4th is coming in. 5th one. Oh my god, he still didn't see it. I can already see the comments in the... I can just already imagine the comments in the Discord where it's like, by the way, this map has bugged relic spawn, missing 1. It's not. It's just very subtly placed. I gotta say I'm impressed that Louis isn't just dead already. I'm not gonna say he's thriving, right? He's behind by 8 eco, and we have to remember this is no Fulani. He doesn't even have a single ranch to his name. So it's definitely kind of a grim position for Louis right now. But fair to say the game is far from over. Yeah, javelins have this momentum swing about them as long as you keep the quantity. Risk being taken in the center now as he moves out for berries this deep. Can't feel great. And you're probably wondering, why doesn't LucifroN just go into Palace Guard? The problem is you're then full melee mosh pitting against a unit that can kite you, the javelins. But on top of that, that would make it very easy for Louis to just transition into Musafadi instead. Musafadi would then counter the Lancers, counter the PG, and the javelins would just still reign supreme. So yeah, for him, the idea now is use repeater crossbows with bolt magazines to shred the Donzo and enable the Lancer. It's a very expensive food comp though, just because of the Lancer detail. So the Jiangnan play is going to need a transition into granary farm soon. Oh wow, he's going for the ball. Wait, but yep, this is crazy. loueMT, LucifroN doesn't even hesitate to keep going down there. Does he think he wasn't seen? Because he most definitely was by those javs. Okay, yeah, he made for the stealth forest now. He's going to run back. There is a small berry patch here, just not really worth hanging around for. Look at a very comfortable spawn, by the way. This worked out nicely for him in the end. He's just getting his full wall on. He's got triple gold pit mine pretty close together. Makes it very easy to defend. There is a food issue coming, but that's the beautiful thing about playing Malians is due to the cow. You can just keep clobbing them and never really feel in danger. Like other civs would. Well, it's going to be repeated crossbows revealed, so... If Louis didn't know, he definitely knows it's all about that mass now. Oh, they're 35 Chug already. Speaking of those Chug, now the main army pushing in. Lancers not really able to keep committing here. So she's going to back away. It looks like he's trying to force a transition into some permanent food, which will slow his opponent down. And this square up is good for LucifroN if it convinces Louis that he should be scared, because look what he can do instead. 1,600 wood. We're going to be getting farm soon out of LucifroN. Definitely needs more space, though. Lancers are going to charge in. There's not many of them left alive, though. There's just so many Donzos. It's actually ridiculous just how big the mass is here for Louis. And remember, very difficult for Chug because you can just get whittled away out on the retreat here from Javs. It's such a big movement speed difference. Like, this matchup can be very difficult for Sushi due to Javelins kiting Chug, normally. But when you add in the Javelineer factor, it's a huge, huge difference. Yeah, these guys and their broomsticks just run a little bit too fast. As a result, LucifroN now looking for a horseman switch. He will need a lot of food. Granaries are on the way to enable that. Does he realize that? Okay, this is a dangerous game if he doesn't realize this has been captured, because if he builds an extra farm here, which seems likely, the farm transition will be seen. While Louis might be suspicious that it could be happening right now, he doesn't have A, confirmation, or B, location. So if you add in just one more layer of farms greedily, Louis will know where to send these so far. Is Louis solving for the real issue on food yet? I don't think so. I thought maybe at this stage he might try to add in a few farms, but I guess like 50 eco just doesn't feel great. So that does mean his gold income is going to be notably weaker. He did go for the monks just to pick up the remaining relic, right? Okay, both of them know about it now. But LucifroN is camping. So likely we're looking at a 5 relic game for the Sushi. Just needs to get a monk out there. Nestabeast is a smart call here. The tricky part is you can't actually catch the javelins. They can just run away. But this will stop a full commitment, which LucifroN desperately needed. His military count looks completely underwhelming. Feels like it should only have 3 relics in the center. I don't think you need to be put more priority in the center. To compare it to mountain clearing isn't entirely fair because there's a lot more breadth than mountain clearing has, in my opinion. MC is a lot smaller of a map. What we could attempt is having the points of interest ruins. We've just tried to avoid adding more of them to the map at the moment because they're currently a little bit bugged. So points of interest, when you use the return to work button on your TC, it will eject your villages from ruins. It looks like in the end, the 5th relic does go to Louis. Has he revealed the sofa yet? I think he's been quite subtle with them, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he's keeping them at home. I like this. So his hidden transition. Timing could be really good for him as well. Like, he's scaling Sofa at a similar pacing to the Horseman now coming through. So we'll play blocker. But on top of that, I'm a little bit worried for LucifroN from this perspective. This is a lot of siege, which Sofa can address. Right now, LucifroN has 0 anti-cavalry units. I mean, if he at least had mass lancers, they play great body blockers. 1-to-1, they destroy Sofa. Especially due to Dali horses. So in the meantime, Louis is going to march in for the meditation garden. It's time to disturb the peace. That thing was generating over 100 resources a minute, by the way. He's on the way over to try and protect it. Looks like he will be able to scare away in time, so could repair. Villager is going to be pulled to do exactly that on the Medi Garden. Problem I see for LucifroN is no walls. You're playing against a master of walling. You don't want to do it yourself. And if you think about it, this is very, very fitting for the matchup. loueMT is always looking for an opportunity to wall, while LucifroN historically hates them. He tries to avoid them as much as possible. Nice dive in Sofas. They do hit the farms. So Idletime achieved there. Gets a double kill on the work account. We can square up for the moment. Need to be a little bit respectful. Although Sofas are very tanky, the horsemen are better than advertised due to Dali horses. And that is going to force a spear transition now out of LucifroN. Louis, already seemingly prepping for that, is going back for more Donzos. Good counter to the horsemen, but also Donzos will just destroy spearmen one-on-one. Second granary load is coming in. Surprised LucifroN didn't maybe stagger this more towards the back, just try and crawl around the back of his base. Medigarden did crumble in the end. Villager is going to have to start from scratch. I swear, Louis, this is impressive. LucifroN, usually a master of raiding, is getting outraided. And his opponent is doing it primarily with infantry. This is the thing that just really hits at home for Louis. I think this is the evolution that's helped him so much. Instead of just being a player who likes to be greedy, he decided to become a player who is aggressive, just not all-in-y. He still plays for his late game that he loves. He just does a great job at getting there safely because you're too busy putting out fires. And there's going to be a big firestorm brewing on the edge of the base here. Mass Sofa now about to be fully revealed, the full extent of it anyway. LucifroN still has the siege, but with a lack of walls here and mobility, it's becoming difficult to maintain control over the game. He does have a Sacred Site timer ticking against him, and yet to actually have a solution to that. I mean, in theory, if he just had a stone walls, right? Like, changes everything. Easier said than done, though. I wonder if it would be worth it just to get them up. Maybe earlier, but now that you start to hemorrhage workers and the state of the economy is, I don't feel like he's in a position to stonewall. Now the dive in. Javelins. Oi, oi, oi! One hit kills on the Springolds. Yeah, Horsemen are out of position here. Nester Bees will be able to turn around to fire. We have to remember this is not Clock Tower, so not that tanky. A few Horsemen are going to get to the back of the formation. That was dirty, man. Jav's just disintegrating the targets. Nester Bees would not go down that easily, even though they're not Clock Tower, which is why Louis didn't attempt it. LucifroN, shaky grounds right there. Did have one or two horsemen wrapping the enemy base, but he's not in a position where he can afford to pull 10, 20 horsemen and raid. Quite some way off of that still, actually. Is the HIMS Cup a winner-stay-on format? So we're still kind of exploring details around that. It wasn't the full intent in mind. It just worked out that way for the moment. But we'll explore it. It's a possibility. I don't want to like promise winner stays on because the issue is if a player isn't available, doesn't want to play, then you don't have winner stays on. I mean, Louis, if he plays like this throughout the series, I think he's going to be potentially staying on if it does become the format, though. LucifroN just in a very sticky situation. Now, technically, Mass Spears is the answer to everything. We mentioned Donzo's a better than the Spearman, it's true. But if you were looking at one unit that could save you, it would be Mass Spear Blob for Shushi. However, right now, he seems to be getting outmassed. Kind of everywhere. Soul Lancer is going to ride in to do some eco damage, but it feels like LucifroN's the one being stung harder here. Second TC from Louis is already paying off. And I'm kind of shocked, actually, that Marlene's the one's going to TC. You usually expect that out of Shushi. But this is the value of raiding, folks. I mean, he's just everywhere. Pokes on the front side again, and oh no, that's not enough troops. He rides in the sofa, get a free ticket to lunch. Gonna try to react now with the Spearman. Nester B shots are coming in big as Louis overextended is now the question. There's a few cav units left over. The Spruels are gonna die, but the Nester Bees stay alive. And maybe that lunch was actually poisoned. Oi, oi, oi. Yeah, it looked like a lot of disastrous losses there, but Springolds are affordable losses. If you think about it, it's not much difference between the price of a sofa and the price of a Springold. So you're trading like 1.5 to 1. You're happy as LucifroN. The Nester Bees are the expensive thing, and he kept them all alive, but not only kept them alive, he got a really good hit into loueMT. Now, one thing that is going to worry me still here for LucifroN is when you play Siege like this, you don't play actively. You play defensively. That's a problem because what LucifroN doesn't know can kill him. It is Mass Ranch 2 TC and it's about to be Imperial play, and it's incredibly unlikely that LucifroN's going to be in a position to block any of that as it's happening. Who's doing better than with Javs than any other pro? The interesting thing is the way he leveraged Javs in this game. This is a very different style of Mass Javelineer. Most of the time, Mass Javelineer is about like an all-in. It felt like he got them and well, didn't really have them yet, so he wasn't able to all in. He had to play extremely defensive. So yeah, very, very different style than what we're used to seeing. The big boy landmark is on the way, folks. We've got 4 of the Huntress coming in the base. Yeah, so he's going to cover himself, play it safe here. He's a little bit at risk of like an all-in with mass siege, but the timing is always slow. I think he'll feel quite content, quite comfortable with his position, because on top of that, he just got access to another option in the Firimba. And I gotta say, Mansa Musafati's looking pretty delicious right now. The melee armor, which will be 5 melee armor for elite Mansa Musafati, means you're mitigating over half of LucifroN's damage. At least from his spear count, which is making up most of his army. And the army Sofas are going to keep raiding. Hitting both sides. Good reactions coming in. LucifroN looking for the convergence point. Gonna get some bad news. He's going to have to go around. Yep, we're going to Germany this like it's Holland, and the year is 1938. 1941? I should know this. I'm obsessed with World War II. This is what too much Age of Empires does to you. You shift your history, folks. No enlistment yet, by the way. Just a straight up switch into gunners and archers. So far, I'm going to go in again for those springalds. Means the Nesta Bees aren't being contested straight away, so they're getting good shots in. LucifroN now with a military lead. Is he actually doing this? It feels like he's economically weak, but it just doesn't matter. The quality of these Nesta Bees is easing through this. Spearmen are going to be baited to the other side of the engagement. Not good there. He does need to retreat a little bit. LucifroN needs reinforcements on this front side, because the Nesta Bees and Springles are a little bit exposed. However, for now, loueMT is lacking the numbers to give that finale, that big punishment moment. On top of that, now just hemorrhaging gunners doesn't feel great here. If he does this, I'm going to be impressed. Now, it's not like I don't know when World War II started. It's more in the time span when like the occupation would be classified. I think it's 1940. Too many wars. Sushi Library, that is crazy. LucifroN. Wait, is he going for Roar the Dragon? I think he is. I can't think of any other reason why. Wait, it's either Roar the Dragon or... No, I don't think you want Cloud of Terror here. Roar Dragon's an interesting one, though. I don't know if they've actually fully fixed it. It still feels very clunky and unreliable. But giving up the free auras is crazy. I wouldn't have expected that. loueMT now doing a bit of massacring of his own, as he consistently has been getting harassed on these back farms. Elite upgrades is now coming in. loueMT on the prowl. Has got the stealth as well, so isn't seen with the full complement. I think LucifroN, like, as cool of an all-in timing as it was, the lack of true defenses on the backside has put him in a pretty awkward situation here. Nesta B's getting some freebies here. Wait, is he really trying to sandwich a range units like this? So far, I was just about reaching the siege. And you have the extra health from the elite archers, so they can tank a little bit longer. And LucifroN, oh my god, that's all siege gone. Is that it? I mean, Lucy, he made it to this age. But he's missing the upgrades. He's not even rushing the veterancy on spears. He's only getting Palace Guard. I'm so confused by Sushi Library. I swear, this landmark loses more late-game situations for Sushi than anything else. It doesn't make sense if you don't have the economy to justify it straight away. The problem in this game for LucifroN is he's built Sushi's library and he's done nothing with it. And he will not do anything in this game. loueMT opening the series with a win, with an unorthodox approach to Firimba and a masterclass in how to outraid one of the signature raiders of Age of Empires 4. Damn, that's a crazy. That is actually a crazy way to play that. Louis is a monster, I swear. He ain't human. Oh, what do we call that one? Hair problems, wait until you see this map. Well, maybe. Never go imp with Shushi. Good to know about library. It's like, it's very weird. I'm very rarely convinced of the Shushi library feeling like a good thing. Because if you just can't afford it, you're better off just waiting 2 or 3 minutes down the line. Because like with good economy on Shushi, you'll have a second Imperial Landmark usually anyway. Obviously in that game it's different for him. He won't have it in a rush. But I do wonder, I don't know if like the movement speed would have necessarily changed that much for him. Maybe because it would have rallied new troops forward from the Temple of the Sun. But yeah, looks like map number 2, we're going to be going to Himiyama here. And let me mark it up on the board. So that's going to be a point for Louis and a win for the Malians. So Himiyama G2. And let's see what they do for picks. Oh, and let me pick a winner. Look at that. Too many people believing in the power of LucifroN, it seems. It's a wake-up course. 2025. It's not just the domination of the Spaniards anymore. By the way, guys, plans for today. We'll probably have this show match, which could be 3 hours, 4 hours maybe. And then we will look to check in on some of the KPMM series. I haven't updated the bracket, so I will not show it. I knew I forgot to do something today, but we have got KPMM 24 with games already happening. So, it's going to be Himiyama, and I wasn't really expecting this out of Louis. We've actually got a Knights Templar pick. That's for the value fishing in the center, isn't it? Yo, what is up, Drum? Thank you very much. I appreciate the sub. Welcome to the swarm. Welcome back. Smart man as well, guys. Remember, start of the month, a lot of you probably have Prime subs. You don't even realize it. Prime subs are just you giving money to Bezos if you don't use them. Why are you giving Bezos extra money? He doesn't need it. He doesn't deserve it. So instead, maybe give it to a streamer that you want to support. Maybe one that has put on countless show matches and weekly formats and cast majors and S-tier tournaments. And oh, wait, that's me. Yeah, just sub to me. And yeah, be sure to check out the link. Click on the HIMS link. It does support us. That's what we're doing. Also, another reminder, by the way, I wanted to do them a solid because I don't know like if that many people are interested in Tempest Rising in the end or whatever. But do me a favor and make sure you're also clicking on the Tempest Rising link we had yesterday, because part of it is awareness and obviously part of it sales. It looks better for future sponsorships. They see that the numbers were good. So a very easy lift is literally everyone just clicking that link now. All right, looks like the boyos are getting to game, though. So let's vamos in for G number 2. You did? Thank you, Matt. Appreciate you, mate. Appreciate everyone that does. It's literally like a free way to support the channel. If you buy the game, even better. Like, if you haven't seen the VOD, check it from yesterday. We played some of Tempest Rising. It was a fun one. EGC Himiyama, the pond is differently sized. Okay. Let's get ready to rock and roll, though. One and all, for the first time ever, we are going to see Knights Templar on the little pond. That's right, Himiyama for game number 2 of HIMS Cup 2. loueMT already leading against the Spaniard LucifroN. LucifroN going for the Japanese, something to be expected, but also a new and different approach. We used to see Japan a lot on Himiyama, but it was due to the fishing. Now it's due to the Dark Age Rush. Ooh, a Dark Age Rush that might struggle to find its target? Okay, maybe not. Louis is going to engage. So we have got spear on spear action. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about Knights Templar indulging this. I think it's fine, though. On points of interest maps like Enlightened Horizon, I'd rate this as a quick way to lose the game. But on a map like this, where there's no obvious key objective, I think it's pretty good to play like this. Because over time, you're just going to get more and more spears. It's more affordable for you than it is for Japanese to keep spamming. And what is up, Webfram? Appreciate the sub being continued. Smart lad. So what is the point of value for Knights Templar here? It's probably like, what, 4 spears? 5 spears? No, maybe a little bit later, like by 6. As you continue this, like LucifroN's going to get disadvantaged by the fact he'll eventually need a lumber camp. Louis won't. And then obviously, remember, when you gather wood, you're already more efficient because there's no wheelbarrow type interaction need to run somewhere. But on top of that, this Civ also gathers food. So, yeah, pretty big edge that can start to build for Knights Templar here. It's interesting because I think Louis' idea with this pick was to go for a pond opening. As Knights Templar are really good, players discover they're actually incredible on maps where you can get fishing. A lot of people know the obvious answer if they're very good on, you know, Archipelago and Holy Island, but even if there's not water combat, the fishing offsets the disadvantage of teching. Because when you tech, you lose out on free villages. But if you have fishing, you fix that problem. And looks like LucifroN is going to turn into a deer shelf. I like that. Unfortunately for him, this psychopath, are you kidding me? Is Louis trying to do both? He is. He's going north side first, but he's prepping the south as well. Isn't that very difficult with one spear? Because eventually the deer reset, right? So we'll see how he does. So far, it's looking pretty decent because he can use the tree line as a guide to push this in. A little bit surprised he didn't do that with the north one, because technically you could have done 2 spears on each side because of the tree lines. Who needs pro scouts when you can just do this, you know? Nicely played. LucifroN already has the goodies home. Was his spawn a bit better? Was it here? Yeah, so he definitely got a better spawn for a shove-in if that's the case. Crazily better, in fact. Unfortunately for him, LucifroN is already on the way to play Party Pooper to the Knights Templar plan. We'll start to poke. And that is going to muddy things. Luckily, the timing was pretty good there for Louis. It shoved the deer closer to the base. Unluckily, it's already 2 deer on the ground. And a sheep as well. This is just getting a little bit more comical to watch. LucifroN is going to pull the spears over, and Louis doesn't have numbers, guys. Like, he's actually outnumbered here. So the deer shove's going to fail. I mean, it kind of already has. There's only 3 deer left alive. The good news for Louis is age up is on the way. Bad news is LucifroN is not that far behind. And worse news still to come. With this new Dark Age Rush build, guys, people aren't really doing Shinobi anymore. You're normally expected to see the Kura Storehouse, which means that LucifroN has more food income down the line, right? He has more safety. He already has huge advantage with the deer, but now with the farms gradually being added in, Louis is going to be leaning very hard on the fact that he can generate food from wood. But it can only get you so far. Yo, what's up, Gilbert? Smart Lab with the Prime sub. Thank you very much. Let's keep those subs rolling in. You guys are legends. Hopefully, we get a legendary series here. It's already looking pretty good for LucifroN. I'll give him that. I think this is a really solid start for him. I want to see how he follows this up, though, because you can technically beat Knights Templar with Yumi into archers. But it's really about the timings. You have to block the first pilgrims, and then you have to play for Steeled Arrow advantage. And yes, he built the Kura like this. It's not just limiting farms to get wood. I think that was just the base layout to a certain extent. But obviously, compared to being staggered, the whole idea here is that all farms will be in range of the TC, so it's protected. That's why you build the Kura this close. Kenton Brad, you legend! Appreciate the sub, man. Look at that. You guys are doing it. Keep it coming. Got hours and hours of content today. And throughout all the month. You feel like Dark Age deer pushing is fine because it's not ubiquitous? Yeah, and I think in conjunction with new points of interest, it's giving multiple objectives to be done in the Dark Age. Like, people moaning about deer shoves, I'm rolling my eyes because I kind of see where you're coming from to a certain extent. But on the other hand, can we just appreciate for the time being that it's actually an objective in Dark Age and the game sucked in Dark Age before? I don't think it's the perfect end solution because it can make camping too easy. But at least there's a presence required. And thank you, Dr. Jarman. Legend with the Prime sub. And there's the fishing. Okay, Louis, this is... I said it was looking good for LucifroN, but this is the creeping detail we were aware of. Look at what Lucy's doing, though. Yo, this is kind of crazy. 2 on the Kura storehouse, intentionally slowing himself down, but the craziness is this. He has no protection on the gold. Oh my god. What was he thinking? Lucy's gonna get worse news still. He now sees the fishing. Oh no. Is this really unraveling this quick? I can't believe this. Was it that cursed to try and play the age a little bit? Whatever it was, this is looking bad. LucifroN right now just has no clear answer. He's behind on archer count as he builds this archer range. His opponent now has fishing. He has pilgrims locked in, which means he's going to have the techs into Steeled Arrow and Undermesh. I see literally nothing that is good about this game right now for LucifroN. I guess he's going to try to rush the goal for the tech because it's the only thing he can do. Unfortunately, the timing is going to be ugly here. He doesn't have a new forge up. He's probably never going to get one now. Uh-oh. Swim and come back around. I think if you want to do what LucifroN attempted here, there's a few ways. Maybe like a short wall to block the access point from your opponent comes to mind. But just outside of that, outposts, the most obvious thing. Didn't get them. And now he's forced to play into Yuumi when it was very clearly not the goal. Look at this. He has 1,500 food. And by the way, if this had been, Chevalier instead, he'd still have the same problems. He would have been rated on the gold. So we do have a rush up on the outpost. Spearmen aren't going to react to it, though. And will scare him away. He's just being left hung out to dry, man. I don't see the path to redemption here. Even if he gets the outpost up now, militarily, he's just so far behind. Yeah, for LucifroN's play to work here, I think it had to be Yuumi quickly in the second age. But we have to remember, because he put 2 on the Kura storehouse, there was really nothing quick about his age up. Love the approach from loueMT. Oh no, come on! The timing on that! Spearman arrives literally as he builds the forge. He's now invested, so he has to go for the outpost. LucifroN's just that guy. He's that guy at the gambling table. He's like, if I can just win once, if I can just hit the jackpot once, I've got this. And you know what we got? We got subs. What is up, anonymous gifter? You absolute legend. 10 gifted subs. I don't know who you are, but I tip my hat to you. You're a legend. Marvelous support. Love to see this growing support from the community. It's almost like you guys want more of these show matches. Outpost up. If he targets the spearman, it should be protected. He is not targeting the spearman, though. LucifroN? What? Is he going after the archers so that Yuumi can beat spears? I think that's the idea here, but you don't have time for that. Oh, dear. And he knows it. Wow, he just froze in the towel. GG called. We said loueMT is a monster, and he proves it in any form. The pace of this was ridiculous. It just felt like LucifroN didn't stand a chance against Louis. And the crazy part is LucifroN, he got the deer shove in. He got a lot of things going well for him. But Louis' stunning instant pivot into Feudal Age seems to have caught LucifroN off guard. Yeah, that felt insanely greedy. To try and go Castle Age there like that. Because the thing is, you have to... I think when you are up against Knights Templar, you have to assume aggression. Right? Like, this is not a civ that tends to fast castle. Because it's too expensive on their economy early on. And what is up, Seagull? I see you with the gifted sub. Thank you very much, mate. You absolute legend. Enjoy the subs, Digin Dragons. Yeah, I want to see more people spam on those emotes. You got so many emotes to choose from. I do need to get the new flags added, actually. I just realized. Need to talk to my artist about that. I want to get maybe some other unique emotes other than just flags as well. Okay, so we are going to be going back to Alopecia. Oh, I love that. loueMT is educating LucifroN. Yeah, on this. This is the good thing about keeping someone. It's like, so last time we had an issue where they didn't do the format in the right way, so they'd done the wrong map. But now, because Louis was there last time, he knows the format. So LucifroN just made the mistake that Louis did last time. But good guy Louis was there to correct him. Alopecia has a very nice thumbnail on stream. Did you add it? Is it in? Poggers? Is it in? Is it in? Is it in? Cow, it's not in. No, not yet. You could have looked like a Chad if you like waited until you'd done it and then said that. Yo, what's up, Fat Blop? Thank you very much for gifting a sub across the cow. Why? Why? So you have to keep coming back here. Like, what are you going to do? Go to like a Dumu stream or Beastie stream where you don't have a sub? And then you have to watch ads? Or you now come here? It's small. Alright, anyway. I think other boyos getting into the draft. Yeah, so we're going to be having Ibid Jean for our second trip to this map. I think maybe we've got some dervish action. Like, this is... Oof. Oh, man, dude. Like, don't curse me with a 5-0 stomp, please. But, like, kind of it's a fight. Like, it's trending that way. This matchup is really hard, I think, for Jean. Because you can go into... So the tricky thing is you can legit just go into... a pretty... I don't want to say toxic, but powerful play. You can basically go into dervishes and then just open Desert Raiders. And that can counter everything Jean does. It's like... I think this matchup's tricky. Like, you can't maybe open knights. You have to open archers. Might be the problem. We'll see. Look at you and spam the HIMS. Good lads. Yeah. Give them the other awareness. Maybe even, I don't know. There's some people there that need some hairy or some uppy pills. But what you need to do is up the ante with a G3. Whoop, 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 whoop. All right. Start predictions for G3. What and all, this is a scary matchup. Ibid's into Jean. It's scary for Jean, which is why LucifroN is getting creative with the opening. Welcome back to the HIMS Cup for game number 3. We are back on Alopecia, a new map created for the HIMS Cup. Yes, soak it in. Don't let this be your headline. Do something about it today. Maybe a certain product that sponsors these show matches might be able to help you, and they might even have a helpful online process to run you through it all. So, how is LucifroN going to help himself here? Why does he have to spam and rush? This matchup, I feel like, has been quite figured out, and Ibids tend to just kind of roll over Jean with the Dervish play recently. The idea is that you can play Dervish into double Desert Raider, and that counters the first Knights, but it also counters Jean. Jean is all about whittling away at targets to get an edge by killing and getting XP, essentially creating a new resource. You can't do that if no one dies, and that's why the Dervish players become quite potent against Jean picks. So, instead of dealing with that issue, LucifroN is going to try to slow down the tech up timing of Louis. This is smart because if he wants to go into Desert Raiders, he is going to need additional gold upon tech up. Louis' reaction is going to be going up to 4 villages, so LucifroN is being very hesitant here for good reason. Doesn't want to get pinched and killed on this first spearman, as it would give free access for loueMT. Second spear is going to arrive. I mean, so far this is looking like pretty decent for Lucy. You could maybe force your opponent to go archers, which they normally don't want to do. And Louis, was that enough gold? I don't think that was. No, he's short. Oh no, he's 16 gold short. Okay, so key thing here for LucifroN, the scout needs to get across soon. He knows about the north side gold, and Louis doesn't. In fact, Louis is punting it to the south side to get the goodies. Bigger mountain clearing vibes? Yeah, and I think that was part of the inspiration when I was like concocting this. I don't know if Kayu's here because I can't remember what I typed. I think I said I envisioned something between Highview and mountain clearing, but bigger. I like this map. I think this is cool. We've already had one game and it delivered some very interesting dynamics with flank raiding. And this is already getting quite intriguing because the sneak out into gold is causing problems for LucifroN. He doesn't know where to look. Yeah, so as a result, loueMT will get the goodies home. Does he go for the Dervish? And did LucifroN get enough value off this? He scoured the north side gold, even checked it. And luckily for him, Louis able to smuggle through, and it's actually going to be a growthing. Okay, so I think this is good for LucifroN. Compared to where he was going to be at if it was like a fast timing to Dervish, I think you're a little bit scared. You did sacrifice with what you've done here. Building racks plus 3 spears is not cheap. Do those spears keep value, though, is now the question mark. Probably not. I don't know if you really want to go for like a 1-1-1 type build in this matchup against Hybrids. The School of Cavalry at least is going to be on the way. Have you noticed how like a lot of maps more recently just aren't featuring trade as much? Like almost like trade posts are getting gradually removed. I don't know. I feel like that's a kind of refreshing thing. I think there was a point in development where instinctively every map it just felt like had trade posts to have trade posts. And they didn't need it. Like, I wonder it'd be intriguing if there was maps that just didn't have deer. Maybe not with the current sheep dispersion. Just because the problem is if you have a map that has loads of berries instead, then it's very obvious what's going to happen. You would just get a lot of Ayabids, Abbasids, Delhi. So spears are going to be able to poke onto the berries a little bit here. Shouldn't be too much damage to be done. It's just too late in the timing. Outpost to secure the north side. Now, hold on a sec. The spearmen are going to come in. They might be capable of getting 1 kill here, especially if the micro isn't on point from Louis. Nicely done. It's just going to rotate around in circles. So, unfortunate for LucifroN that he wasn't there a little bit sooner, actually. Had he been, this would have been kind of doomed for Louis. But the interesting thing is this type of gold vein, the outpost is worth even more, guys. Because the outpost is going to let you know when raids are coming through the stealth forest. Now, LucifroN does see in this area as well, courtesy of the fact that he's been taking the abandoned outposts. And I think this actually shows you the value of Dark Age play. Like, points of interest have changed so much. And for the better, by the way. Because now when you make these type of Dark Age rushes, it's not just, okay, GG, I didn't hit in time. You at least have backup options, things you can do alternatively. Which is so, so refreshing. Whereas it used to be, you know, if you whiffed on your rush timing, the best thing you could hope to do is try and build an outpost in a rush and do some damage from essentially the same play. Jean's coming out now. Wait, is this to build an outpost? No, it's just the tech timing. Yep, so he's ready to rock and roll. Range Jean is going to be, because he wants to snipe down these villages. That is going to be slam dunk number 1. Oh, this is so vexing. Because it's so far away from home, you're eventually going to pull back, but if you do, the knight could intercept you. Damn, LucifroN's cooking. And I'd expect nothing else from a Jean pick. Remember, when you look back at LucifroN's history, he has a legacy built on the French Civ. The raiding player by heart, and French were all about that. So it just fits. Desert Raiders are going to try to answer Jean, but need to be careful about that trade out. He is incredibly tanky against just one Desert Raider. You can see he's just poking and prodding. He doesn't have the extra divine arrows just yet. But if you keep whittling them down, you'll be able to get easy divine arrows and then additional kills on top of that. Every little counts here. Right now, behind by 4. Okay, Desert Raider Horseman arise now. This is where he's going to back up. Does have the Spearman to defend with. And it is going to be Pro Scouts behind this, by the way. So LucifroN actually going for his own greed. Louis is going to punt it blind. The Desert Raiders, not exactly what I'd call blind, courtesy of the fact that they have decent vision based on their range. Spearman are not going to have to go for the brace, so they're going to get sacrificed here. He did get the stun on the Horseman to buy time. And we'll get the dunk on the Desert Raider. Yeah, but Jean against 1 Horseman? Oh, yoy. Keep running those little legs. It should be enough to get home, remaining on the health bar, but you're going to simply be resetting your base for a little bit. And Louis, I think you could probably just stop at 3 or 4 Horsemen here and tech if you want to. But then again, like, why stop there if you can aggro the play from your opponent? LucifroN is now doing his own greed. I believe loueMT knows about it. The scouts, right? Is there a secondary scout? Okay, no, so he's at least been hiding the scouts elsewhere. But I think he senses it. The timing just doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't there be more knights otherwise? Speaking of those knights, looks like the horseman is going to run him down. I swear, this Chinese kid is just trying to efficiently raid mine and HIMS' pockets. He's like, yo, if I beat my opponent 5-0, that's pretty good, like, time to money ratio. Okay, so Louis is going to be getting ready for an age up, it seems. Look at the macro. I don't know, like, what does LucifroN really have to show for this now? Deer are getting lamed as well, so you won't get any freebies on the deer shove-in. And, yeah, love this. Just push them into the forest so it's harder to find them. And we're probably looking at... What, do you go Dervish? Yeah, I mean, you just vacuum relics with that type of play. Even if your opponent had a few knights, knights aren't very good at stopping dervishes due to the debuff. But if you look at the comp, LucifroN has nothing. It's going to be advancement. Okay, so he wants the timing attack. I don't know, like, game 1 looked competitive, even if somewhat shaky. G2 and G3 has just looked like LucifroN has come in with an idea, and that idea has very quickly been disarmed. And then there's no fallback plan. And that's sometimes the way it plays. Like, when you play for these timings, these all-ins, it can just disintegrate on you straight away, right? Like, the idea is there is no backup because we're all in on this. The question is, like, for this all-in, what was the key objective he had in mind? Because if it was to be attacking, he hasn't been doing that for, like, 2 minutes. I think LucifroN's game strat probably makes more sense without Pro Scouts for the timing he's looking for. Because even though Pro Scouts is cheap for the genre, it's not. And here's why. The tech might be quite cheap, right? You're only sacrificing 1 knight. But then what you're doing is you are gridlocking your School of Cavalry into scout production instead of knight production. So you either have to add in more stables or you're missing out on aggressive units. Oosh, that is an aggressive timing. Louis, double kill. Now up to a 5-worker lead. An advancement just a few seconds away. LucifroN, what do you do now? Have you even got time to attack? Because you've been stuck in your base. I mean, this is crazy. I think this is also, once again, like a classic reminder of what Pro Scouts does here. He had no scouts looking at the enemy base to see what was happening. He was just focused on his greed. And I think that cost him dearly. Like, if he at least knew a tech up was coming, he could try to posture aggressively, set up this outpost earlier, and then be in a position to do damage. Instead, what he's going to be doing is running headfirst into Camel Lancer. Reminder, folks, Spearmen aren't the counter to Camel Lancers you think they are. No, because for whatever reason, Camel Lancers don't seem to get stunned by spears. They just plow on into it. Let's see if you can hit the timing. First 3 Lancers are out. LucifroN. He has got the undermesh. Just doesn't seem to be a risk he's willing to take. I think the idea here in his mind is if he can block gold, he can stop the Castle Age problem. The problem is, it feels like the Castle Age has already got the gold it needs. It's 4 Lancers, 3 more in queue, and enough for another 2. And your opponent has crossbows on top of it. So what's doing the damage here? And now a second outpost. He's already got the stone for arrow slits there as well. There's going to be some idle time achieved here, but he needs a big win. In a way that doesn't feel that feasible. We'll be able to snipe 1 or 2 villages. So shrinks the eco lead that Louis has built up slightly. But Jean barely gets away alive there. Needs to be careful. Now due to the crossbows, might be forced to use the Divine Restoration early. think I wouldn't be surprised if 1 or 2 Camel Lancers go hunting soon. There's going to be an intercept. Jean goes down. Immediate buyback comes through. Needs everything on the front line. Spearmen need to turn and fight. They've got no choice in the matter, but they don't exist anymore. Erased by the Lancers. And Louis, with confidence, now looks for the deer. And oh dear, this is looking bad. Knights are at least going to try to make it less depressing as they ride in for a few worker kills, turn on the crossbows, but that's a full sack of your heavy cav line. And your opponent only has heavy cav left. If LucifroN pulls this off, I'll be impressed. In fairness, I think Louis might be running out of food is the thought process here. He secured the berries on the south side. So that's going to give him an extra 1,600 food. And I think maybe that's what LucifroN's thinking is, okay, I have more food safely. I know he has to come out. If I can keep pressing him on that issue, there is a way. The problem is the press is gone now. Although the army is bigger for LucifroN, if you're not pushing into your opponent, the Lancers are going to feel superior here because of their ability to raid. I think Camels are OP. If that was true, why aren't Abbasis and Iabids the 2 best rated civs in the game? I haven't seen someone ban Ayu in months. LucifroN getting split here. This is the tricky thing, right? He wants to block food sources, but that's multiple locations. So that means splitting up. And splitting up is actually how a player with less troops, but better quality, wins. I think LucifroN just has to accept the berries for what they are and choose to oppress one side. Now, credit to him, LucifroN has done a good job of finding the resources for an age up. I mean, this actually might not be over. If he can finesse this detail without losing any more economy, I think he's solidly in this game. Because then you get Arbitrary, which will destroy everything Louis is doing. Oh, you're on the Camel Lancers running headfirst into a group of spears here. Does finesse a way out. That is a long-range charge to get further away. Okay, so, like, here's the thing. This looked really good for Louis. And LucifroN, the scrappy fight, it looked like he maybe punted the game away. But Louis didn't seem comfortable with pushing far out because of this slow grab of food. So that gap saves LucifroN from death. And he plays it so well the way he done this. Into Guildhall, now putting the onus on loueMT to end the game now in a position where he's outnumbered. Or face the wrath of a better, superior tech timing. And more value for Jean deeper in the game. This is sick, man. I wouldn't have expected this just 3 or 4 minutes ago. So Louis is going to be pivoting into archers with the Camel Lancers. Arbitrary coming on the other side. So LucifroN for Arbitrary should be king here. But he needs to get the numbers together. There's a critical mass requirement of about, let's say, 15 to 20 here to put up a good fight. And knock at the door from the Lancers. Villagers are going to be pulled to slow that down. And Louis is finally looking for an edge. He's going for relics. So it took a while to get there, but I think he realized the moment the age up happened. Before that, he was worried about an all-in. So he couldn't really rush relics if your opponent is rushing all-in. Vet Spearman upgrade also already there. An interesting switch from Louis now into Horseman. There's not much reason to oblige this concept. I kind of see where he's coming from. Range on, plus you're expecting Arbitrary. But remember, loueMT does not have solid food income. He has for the moment, but not reliably. We're talking about finite resources here. And Horseman is very difficult, very scrappy to do with finite resources. Lancers with a little bit of annoying dive in, but there are going to be spearmen crossbows to answer, so we'll be cleared up. LucifroN also now targeting relics himself, so far it's a 1-1 split. Lancers are going to come knocking again and lose. No, he didn't repair. Okay, it's too late. That's going to break. Yeah. Likes that LucifroN realized there's no point running over there. It was way too late. So has got a few spearmen coming through, Arbors as well. But heavily outnumbered here. The villagers aren't garrisoning inside right now. LucifroN? Okay, there we go. Gets him inside. He's got a second group on the east side here doing nothing. This is ridiculous. Practically his entire economy is on this screen. Oh my god. So much idle time in the base. Now, he did get a few Camel Lancer kills. Louis arguably loses momentum with those losses, but worth it for what he gains. He's back on the 4 gold. He's secured additional berries. He gets runway. And remember, because LucifroN is switching into Arbitrary, there isn't going to be a rush out of the gate here. All right, I'm happy, man. I got a big smile on my face. I really was getting an uncomfortable feeling that we were heading towards a 3-0. But LucifroN, now they kind of stalemates. You know, there's still opportunities for Louis, especially towards relics. But I'm keeping eyes on this. This guild hall is going to allow LucifroN to feel a lot more comfortable about the game not moving with urgency. Even if it means sacrificing majority relics to Louis. Lancers are still going to be fishing again. I think this time... No, okay. He didn't leave any troops back here, but he has repaired the wall. Actually, it looks like he's got a group of spearmen mainly for the base, maybe? Unless this is an all-in timing, in which case Louis' raid actually may be pitched perfectly timed. It's going to be knocking at the door again. Risk of villagers already chopping through themselves. The horsemen do get revealed here. LucifroN does get the level 3, though, and it is going to be champions. Makes sense. No crossbows. No counter. Gonna start riding deeper. Upgrade does come in. That's gonna force a retreat from LucifroN. Meanwhile, a knock at the door is gonna be a knock at Death's Door. 3 of the Lancers go down. Northside is gonna ride in, but the Spearmen aren't there as well. LucifroN's doing it. loueMT has practically lost all Lancers now. Only 5 remain. Military mass favoring LucifroN. And he already was building spears to counter the Lancers, so this Horseman detail is gonna remain counted. Remember what we said about Arbitrary? They really are the kings of this. If he starts to feel threatened, he can just go for Gambesons, which is quite a cost-efficient tech at this point in the game, actually. 350 resources to get 5 melee armor. Feels like a jackpot. Looks like Louis. Did he hit the tree line again? He must have done. Maybe on the gold as well, that he got a few chip kills. He's going to be looking for it again. The big problem for LucifroN is he never took this outpost, so he's never seen these rotations coming in. Like, that's the design of this map. You need to play for those outposts, or you will be exposed on the Stealth Forest. And Louis has been doing an elegant job of executing that. Horsemen now, they're riding again. Will react in time to pull away. Villagers on the south side. Looks like, what, 1, maybe 2 worker kills amongst the camels. And Louis, what the hell is that? Why do we... Where and why? What? Louis? Was that intentional? Or is that a misclick? Because looking at his resources, that I think that might have been a misclick. Why do, wait, why do we have a siege tower? Huh? Is this going to be one of those me versus the person she tells me not to worry about when he builds a Tower of the Sultan? Or... I'm so confused by its role here. You could use it to capture outposts, I guess. Don't know if I'd say it's sufficient. Backstab attempt here. Looks like LucifroN back on the defensive. Tricky thing for Louis is this horseman is kind of a one and done. He doesn't have the economy to afford a rematch. Arbitrary, ambitious positioning there. Guildhall is stockpiling, by the way. We're up to 1,400 food now. Rams are going to be moving in for the forward outpost. Yeah, Louis is just trying to buy time. His farms are coming in, but it's infancy stage. Only 6 so far. 1 ram is going to be taking out. But a ram kill for a lancer kill is kind of even. And you know what? That is a positive blessing. What is up, sort of? Thank you very much for the raid, mate. Appreciate you. Welcome, one and all. I believe I saw a sort of signing up for the KPMM, so excited for that. Hope you had a good stream. And welcome all to HIMS Cup, our new weekly show matches on Fridays. Okay, so it's going to be a burn in LucifroN. Does block the forward gold. We are seeing a lack of clear access for loueMT there. He has got the passive gold, and considering his leaning archer horseman, he doesn't need that much, realistically. But I'm a bit skeptical. I think LucifroN, he has his own food issues now. Yeah, you can see it. He's dry. He's having to go farms as well. Mango's are going to be able to scare him away. I think LucifroN this game just needs to drag deeper for him. This isn't his time. He has found 2 additional worker kills amongst that poke and raiding. So the eco gap is smaller. And on top of that, the guild hall is now at 2,000 food. So we are close to the big Gatling gun tower. I wonder if you just like delay the tech timing and wait even longer. Just to simply have surplus food for units. Horseman around her again. I think LucifroN's just struggling with this outpost detail. loueMT seems to be thriving with these points of interest. And we do have the food. Yeah, LucifroN's going to be answering his own horseman, so it's not going to be an immediate tech play. Horseman rotation, well, wouldn't have found anything because the gold is gone, but this is where the farms are being set up. So out of time achieved there, LucifroN is going to pull away early, courtesy of the vision. But behind this, Louis, he's just so good at this. Second TC in reaction, man. Like, he always seems to just finesse this. We already saw it earlier in the Malian game. He builds a lead and then takes advantage of it to build a bigger lead. You know, Louis, he's incredible at raiding, and I think there was a time where we called him the Chinese Boosty Cutie. I think a more appropriate name would be the Chinese Marine Lord. It's very reminiscent of M-Lord, the way he focuses on raid and then looks to scale an economical advantage. Now, obviously, he has his own unique twist and style within that, but you definitely see the parallels between the two. LucifroN does now have the Gamsters coming in, so we're starting to lean more into the arbitrary factor. Horseman mass is building, though. This is expensive on the food, but worth it for the overwhelm. Think about what Louis' army is and what it is not. He has a single dervish to provide a debuff. Whoopty freaking doodah. It's 44 archers. 2/3 of his army, actually more than that, gets countered by horsemen. This is the One Punch Man moment. It's going to be a dive in. Villagers not reacting, and now the body block should prevent them from getting into safety. So Louis sacks the 4 villagers. Dervish could easily get sniped as well. Will be allowed to go free. There's a... Wait, what? Louis, he walked archers over here. He's building a ram right next to the wall. I don't know why he's building it literally right next to the wall. He actually... Oh my god, that's sick. He tried to use the hidden area to build it just outside the abandoned outpost. But unfortunately for him, an archer did snitch on them. In fairness, though, credit to him. Do you guys realize what Louis just done? He forced an entire army reaction. LucifroN's bringing everything home. So he has nothing to forward into Louis' base while Louis is still being greedy. Meanwhile, LucifroN, heavily idled here, has to hide in the corner of the villages just to be safe. Great surround and grab on the 12 archers. So it will be a good military trade, but Louis, I think he sees this as worth. Lose 12 archers, get info by time. The horseman was an issue, and now he just bought himself an extra, what, 30, 40 seconds to solve it? And the spearmen are already queued up. Yeah, and the 40 seconds in particular is important for Ibids. That's almost what you need to get veterancy. Louis does need to slow down, mind you. Getting baited like this is not ideal. Although he has better eco, remember he's been in the middle of a farm transition, and by going 2TC, there is a sacrifice. You have to pay more to get more. Compare and contrast BC M-Lord gameplay. BC's playstyle used to be very, very defensive, whereas I'd say Marine Lord was more about raiding into more defensive after Edge being built. Nowadays, they're drastically different. Marine Lord is still more that calculated percentile play, whereas BC is relentlessly aggressive in ending the game. LucifroN is trying to be the aggressive party here. We do have a dive under the farms. This could force idle time. Mangonels are problematic, though. He needs access to the horsemen. There are not that many spearmen yet, so he's just going to A-click into it, but the Mangos bait him. Dives in deeper. That's now Archers trying to body the fight, though, and that's not ideal. Jean with a snipe. Second Mango goes down. This looks like breaking point. Can he crack him? Only a single Mango left. Pavis drop comes in. The horseman not quite able to access, but another snipe's going to be there. Jean saving the day. All sieges down, and it looks like he may have broke him. Yeah, the men-at-arms layered in is the problem here. Those champions just take so long to kill for these archers. Not many troopers left for loueMT. It's kind of a scrambled fight as sometimes you've just got the spin being hit by the crossbows and then the archers hitting into them in arms, slowing things down. LucifroN is going to dive looking for more kills. He needs them as well because it's still a 12 eco lead. And the military, although still in favor of LucifroN, the advantage does not feel big enough. Yeah, that is crazy. Despite the great efforts of Jean in that fight, not able to do it straight away. But what they are going to be able to do is this. Level 4 is just 100 XP away. Reminder, this ranged army suck at killing ranged Jean. She's not heavily armored, and she's cavalry. So you need spears to answer her. So there might be an opportunity to actually fish that level 4. Horsemen are going to ride in. Jean needs to just basically farm anything she can here. In fact, at this stage, it might just be worth dying, so you save 500 gold. More horsemen arriving. Oh, if he comes back in range, that's going to be the XP. Okay, do you take the level up here? Because your health isn't looking great. But it's got to be tempting. The cannon's not going to be useful straight away. If you had a knight or something here, something we could have ended up seeing is actually a promotion. But the units you're producing aren't exactly great for promoting. So Jean will go down. LucifroN, it will be an immediate buyback. He could have technically waited because he already has the XP practically. But this is all about tempo. He understands now the problem is he's going to get outscaled. He saw how massive the farms are. Like, he didn't even see the full picture. It's ridiculous. It's 63 farms. Whereas he right now is at 33. So playing a scale game doesn't feel great here for Lucy. Instead, it's going to be full blast. Reminder that the champions are upgraded based on Jean. So yes, we do have elite champions in the third age. And Jean de Blast is going to start sieging from afar. Remember, she gets plus 200 against buildings and has 7 tile range. Cannon to knock at the door. Lou trying to buy time with the walls. This is not over yet. It's a Rohirrim Rider moment. Cannon does need to catch up. V-Drop is going to be there. The champions, very tanky. Trying to bait a little bit of aggro. And he does bait those spearmen and horsemen in range. So we'll go for the re-engagement after all aggro is on the champions. There's an attempt to try and get on the cannon, but this could be costly. 2 horsemen do make it in. But they're going to be chased down and killed off. So cannon survives. loueMT might not. This is so different than the last dive. Jean making a huge difference here with the Vows of Inspiration and attack speed, basically giving you crossbow strokes in the third age. A pseudo-rule institute. Not to mention the DPS of her herself, 30 base damage. And those snipes, capable of one-hitting any unit they encounter at this stage. LucifroN does get a bit of burnout here. We'll have to temporarily back away. But Jean is just such an annoying aggro target here. Second wave of horsemen now to arrive. It feels like he's trying to bait Louis out to keep him down. And the horsemen are going to be sprung. They jump in. Jean is just carving this army up like it's a turkey at Christmas. Which is weird because it's range Jean. Debuff did just get removed. And Spearmen have got that upgrade coming with the Mamluk Bravery. And Louis suddenly with a military lead here. I think for LucifroN, this is all about cannon fodder while building arbitrary mass. And that's why he's now switching over spears, because he's kind of baiting himself these horsemen. Very expensive, and they haven't been feeling that great into the spears on the other side. So Jean needs to be respectful. She can easily get killed here, and that would be 1,000 gold down the drain. So calms down for a moment. He does have the Vows of Inspiration again. And guys, this is why Arbitrary feels great at this stage. The Arbitrary are going to be the biggest benefactor of that attack speed buffer. A, because they have a high attack speed already, so percentage decrease is big. But B, they're your range composition and the backbone that you look to scale. Yeah, we've talked about this on the channel before. Like, attack speed on melee is not as good as it sounds, often. Because fights very rarely are that linear. So although you have a buffed attack speed on, let's say, you know, like Dali horses, if the knights are moving around, pathing, etc., then the attack speed doesn't really matter. And that's often why we see Ghazi do so well compared to horsemen. Cheeky walls from... This is such a Louis thing. He's trying to split the fight between the two sides of the wall. What do you mean, why not go for the cannon summon? She does have it. That's an upgrade for 2 arms men. And here's the attack speed. Gatling gun mode activated. Pavis drop is there. The horsemen are going to ride around the back. They're looking towards Jean. Horsemen are being okay, that's kind of sick. He pulls all the spearmen. Now, this is arbitrary into Horsemen, which should be a terrible fight. But that attack speed increase, with the Pavis drop to protect against the archers, gives him a second wind here. Spearmen are now back in the main engagement. Divine Restoration has to be popped. Archer Spears are on the way to assist LucifroN. This is getting so scrappy. And Spears should be counted out by those archers, but they're just buying time. They're protecting the Arbitrary, so an expensive loss of arbors at first there for LucifroN. But numbers still firm at 23, and that guild hall is slowly stockpiling up again. It's 900 food. How the hell is this game not over? When you think about the way this began, when you think about how grim the difference looked, like it looked like the Jean attack just missed. And I'll be totally transparent, I was worried we were just going to see a GG, because if we're being totally real, I think LucifroN won't mind me saying, he's a very big believer in, like, when it's over, it's over. You know, LucifroN is not often the player to play for the 1 or 2% chances. Now, I don't know if I'd say it was that low, but it was looking very grim. But the fact he's threaded the needle to get through to the deep late game like this is surprising, and now he's in to bring a bigger surprise. Food stockpiling, Imperial just around the corner. Louis is going to square up, and Beast Drop is going to be there, and the Horseman count is not that great. No, this is a terrible fight. Valor's Inspiration is available again, and there we go. She yells, and everything all of a sudden gets faster. Yeah, you know how you just like, yeah, yeah, with your horses? It's like that, but for humans. It just works. And the timing on those horsemen as well. Follow-up wave pushes him back. loueMT now 20 military behind. And the Red Palace drop coming through. LucifroN to the Fort Phage. loueMT is starting to stockpile a bit. Options aren't that great, though, no? I don't think you really want Desert Raiders into Mass Arbitrary. Maybe Atabegs could be the play here. And also on top of that, LucifroN now securing a 4K gold vein. The north side vein's not too far away. They are, what, only 4K and 1600, so not crazy. He's already playing for the south side, so LucifroN has the gold access necessary to get all the upgrades. In fact, he's going for double Sacred Site lock-in. The timer's already down to 5 minutes, and it's a double keep drop. Wow. Louis reacts with Master Smiths. Was that a misclick? Yeah, he cancels out. So we are going to be seeing the El Clasico. Reinforcement wing. That, I don't know if that really helps you with the timing here on the sacred sites. I mean, it is more military blob to go in. And he's switching full Desert Raiders. Really? Wait, why would you do Desert Raiders into Arbitrary? Is it about the horseman counter? Like raiding, maybe? Because, guys, the thing about Desert Raiders into Arbitrary is that it kind of sucks. Arbitrary have 8 melee armor. So you can't melee them to death. And they have the Beast drop for range. So Arbor should win that fight, no? Only advantage you have, really, is mobility. Right now, LucifroN, the big advantage he has is timing. Looks to pressure in. Primary TC is getting sieged. Faust Inspiration gets activated, so Gatling Gun mode is underway. And now the Horsemen dive in again from the flanks. Desert Raiders get intercepted at their infant stage of production. And the army's going to be wiped. It's happening. LucifroN, a shaky start to this series, but he finally slam dunks a win. Does it in the most LucifroN-y of ways. Man, we talked about French being his signature civ. He's reminding people that Jean is just as lethal when put in his arsenal. Crazy. Well played. Props to LucifroN, man. Inspirational stuff there. And what is up, XLab? Thank you very much for the raid, mate. Appreciate you. Hope you had a good game in the KPMM. So, oh, nice. Thank you, Fatblop. I'm guessing you're the one doing that. So, we do have him on the board. Thank goodness. Has alopecia been added now by Cal? Cal, why am I 502 gatewayed? Brother? Cal? Hurry up. We literally have another game starting in a sec. Here we go. This crap again. I'm just going to hide it for a sec. All right, so Cal's going to sort that quickly so that we have the new map icon added. We should be getting into G4 shortly. It is going to be Borderland, which is funny because when LucifroN got the draft mixed up, he was going to pick Borderland anyway. So Louis like, I got you, brother. We're going there anyway. Picks are going to be Rus and Mongols. Oh my god, this is like I'm going to have to enter everything again, aren't I? Oh god. Why? Should be good. Thank you. Pog. Oh, and it's all updated. Pog. Thank you. Except the maps need to be added in again, don't they? So thank you. Got alopecia. Game 1 we had... It's not... Bad scoring. Bad man. LucifroN won one of them. Chill. So right side. We just had... It was Jean versus Ibids. So I'm just going to add all this back in. And we had Malians versus Shushi. And then game 2 was on Himiyama. With that questionable Japanese strat. Which just got steamrolled by Knights Templar. Alright, there we go. All updated. Thank you, Cal. And then we just said we're going to Borderland next. Which is going to be... If I can find it. Where is it? I thought I clicked it. Rus versus Mongols. Ooh. What do you do as Mongols there? Also, how did Bruce make it through this draft? Rogan? Need to refresh browser and OBS? Ah, yes. Okay, let me do that. Nope. I refreshed it. Oh, there we go. Had to click it twice. All good. Thank you, Cal. Appreciate you, bud. All right. Into the next game. Mods, can you set up the predictions, please? We are hopping in to good old Borderland. I'm a thirsty boy. Damn, those melons are good. Whoops, wrong scene. Do I have everything on the scene? I just realized. Oh, sorry, sponsor Carousel. For some reason, HIMS wasn't in there. I mean, we've been shouting them out, so I'm sure they wouldn't have a problem with that. But let me just add them to the draft rotation, because they should have been there. Might be. One and all, the bull has awoken. That's right. LucifroN, a shaky start to this series, but is finally on the board. And now he's going to look to try and make it back-to-back wins. With a little bit of an unexpected pick here. Mongols on Borderland for LucifroN into loueMT's Rus. Yeah, Rus, very good on Pro Scouts maps. And Borderland, at the heart of it, is still truly a Pro Scout map. There's just so much deer on this map overall. There's, I believe it's 34 deer to grab. And the widespread makes it very difficult for civs to stop you from Pro Scouting, even with the new nerfs. So curious to see what LucifroN's going to do. I like the idea of Mongols here because you can play the Mangadai to intercept. Very mobile unit, very capable of running down the scouts. And what makes it especially volatile in this matchup is that most civs, when they go Pro Scouts, are going to be adding in stables, meaning they will get access to horsemen. Funny thing about Rus. The positive of being able to build scouts out of a hunting cabin can be seen as a negative here. It means you don't actually have access to the counter to Magadai straight away. So we're going to 2 XP because I think we're 50 seconds out from live here. Sheep rotation so far for Louis is looking good. 18 sheep, 14 on the other side, so LucifroN is remaining quite competitive here. I think there's practically no sheep left bar, maybe like 5, 6 maximum, which Louis is going to be hoovering up. So big edge here, 22 to 13. We have often seen Mongols go for the Pro Scouts play themselves. I'm not entirely sure this is the type of game where you want to do that, just because of the timing difference. And yes, Faplop, can you please do predictions? Appreciate you, bud. Go Faplop. New to the modding rule and already taken to it like a duck to water. So Deerstone on the way to be expected. Silvertree just doesn't really make sense on Borderland. I think it's... maybe some Silvertree worked once, and it's because people didn't really pay attention to the width of the map. And you're kind of on the clock. If you try to go trade against Roos, they're going to rush Castle Age and get Horse Archers anyway. Is loueMT the GOAT? Legit question. No. He's the Chinese GOAT. But he's definitely not the GOAT of AoE4. He's the prodigy kid right now. He's still got a lot to prove, but there's a lot of potential. Love this. Deer Shove already coming in. loueMT. Just trying to optimize. Obviously, you're not going to have pro scouts straight away, but you've got all these scouts. And, you know, this is, I think, part of why Roos is such a bannable civ in high-level play right now and competitive. They just don't care about the pro scouts nerf. Because the reality check is you're still playing a civ that gets mass scouts early on efficiently, which gives you a sheep advantage, but also lets you sneak on what your opponent is doing cleanly. But then you also have other things you can do, like these Deer Shoves. And don't get me started on things like point of interest maps. Yeah, honestly, I think it's just too good on Hunting Cabin still. I think one thing I highlighted as an idea is, what if scouts could only be built out of a hunting cabin after you reach feudal age? Be quite the nerf, but at this point, is it not fair to say Roos maybe need that change? And Khan is going to come into lane this. Nice to play by LucifroN. Trying to mitigate some of the circumstance. Archery range beginning, so it looks like we are heading towards that Magadai timing. Khan just being a pain in the ass. Yes, follow me, you plebs. Round and round we go. He's even got the Deerstone on the way already. That's smart. So they'll have the Magadai to just run these guys down. Because remember, Louis won't have pro scouts yet. He's getting close. Like the pun of the Falcon, that's smart. LucifroN's trying to make sure there's no extra units coming in, such as spearmen, archers. Basically protecting his investment here. Because if he already saw, for example, archery range, or let's say horsemen, you don't really want to try and commit to Magadai. That's going to feel a little bit weird. But here we go. First double pump is out. The second one is on the way, as well as a Khan Hunter behind them. So there's going to be a big power spike. More deer are still being shoved back, but LucifroN doing a great job of minimizing the value there. Pro Scouts is still, what, 40 seconds out? Yeah. The Magadai, they're already going to be here. loueMT about to get the bad news. The Khan could actually just bait them back towards. And good reactions by Louis. He peels off. And he seems to sense that something was up. He already dropped the archer range. So we'll have the solution. Now, LucifroN, he didn't renew the Falcon. It's still on cooldown, remember. Because he didn't rush the second Khan Hunter, or rather the first, he doesn't have a second Falcon to throw out. He just got the info, and he gets it early. So archer range is known about. Always got to keep an eye out for this little bird, guys. You know when you're playing against Mongols, you're like, this guy is an idiot. I'm going to transition, and he won't know, because it's behind my teeth. Wait, what's that bird doing? That bird is snitching. Question now is, does LucifroN double down, or do we see an age up? He has got Steel Dagger on the way, which makes sense. But macro suggests maybe we're trending towards a tech up. 5 on wood is still intriguing, though. It could be we see stables added in on a delay. But now we are going to get another double pump of Magadai coming. So all stone is being committed into Magu count. Doesn't mean we're not going to see an age up, by the way. I think on a map like Borderland, it's in particular fine to add in 2 groups of Magadai and spread wide. If Louis had gone for Horseman, going double Magadai group would be really bad. Because the biggest issue with Magadai is if the Khan isn't alive, they are so vulnerable. You can't play extensively with them. This guy is your get out of jail free card. But when you're up against archers, you don't have that threat of being grabbed anymore. So yeah, we could see him just use extra Magadai to camp the deer. Right now, those Magadai are doing a terrible job of doing their job. Tony. Tony! Tony's got a tiny problem. Someone wake him up. Buy this guy an alarm clock for Christmas. He was not paying attention, so a snatch from right underneath his nose. It's always the Tonys, guys, I'm telling you. Because he didn't put his blasters on today, because, like, as we know, you know, you can measure people's net worth based on how long the name is. And Tony's a really short name, so he couldn't afford LASIK surgery, he couldn't afford fancy glasses, none of it. And don't tell me that doesn't track, by the way. If someone's name is Humphrey, you're like, yeah, he's probably got some money. Archibald? Yeah, probably got some money. Theodorus? Yeah, that guy's probably like a Byzantine prince. This is where you find out they charge per letter because of the ink on birth certificates. Right around the backside here, by the way. There is a small angle, but yeah, LucifroN comes the other way. And this is always so vexing with Magadai. They reveal themselves on buildings unintentionally. We'll be able to dive in, and looks like it's going to be a double kill, so nicely done there. Won't it even cost them Magadai? This is where the Khan Hunters often feel griefy, by the way. They have superior range, but they hit for less. So they actually sacrifice your element of surprise to give you that more range. Okay, so Keshi Pump is on the way. LucifroN's still aiming for that castle, but he's leaning into a second unit type here. It could be because he is planning the Imperial builds, and he wants to buy more time. Archers are starting to have close on him here. A little bit of a wonky disengage, but he's able to get away. And the tech is coming for Louis as well. We do have racks being added in. Is this... This must be about the Spearman. Did he scout what was happening? Yeah, love that from Louis, actually. A lot of people just don't do this. They focus on getting all the deer. But he has a scout near the enemy base, so he can go in and look and see what he's doing. I imagine he saw that there was 10 on gold, and he went, yeah, that's attack. Like, there's nothing else that could possibly be. Speaking of nothing, this is the number we probably will end up seeing on this. This is not what I call a high-value, high-trade house. This is a medium trade house. Let me know what number you think this has got. The hilarious thing is a medium trade house is still going to be worth a lot. Even low trade houses are worth a lot. Did you guys know in the history of Age of Empires 4, I've only seen a high trade house with 0 gold income once. Part of the Bronze League Legends series. So tech up to complete still for LucifroN. Likely we're looking at this step readout. He has back gold, so it feels pretty good to do here. He doesn't really have military mass for Kurotai to make sense. In fairness, though, if you do get Kurotai Magadai, you can beat archers, you can beat horse archers. But no, we're going to play it safe. He's just going to be the good old-fashioned step readout. And he does not have pack-up tech yet. Might be worth getting, even for this small distance, it's kind of a little bit wonky. Definitely will want to have normal pack-up tech for when he has to go for the corner gold, though. More scouts from Louis. There's just still so much deer on the map. Keshik's now riding on the back. It looks like the scouts did glimpse that and dodged it. And that's an early warning of what's coming. High trade house, by the way, is going to be 99 gold. Look at 69. Come on. No, you'll get that as much in game as you get it in real life. Never happens. Only 23 trees and still 99 gold. Since when did the Mongol meta change to this? Or the Magadai opening? This became popular in the Pro Scouts meta. The fast imp builds have been the new popular build for Mongols recently. Even winning what looks like impossible tournament games. Spearman from Louis, archers. Is there anything else we're missing here? He could go for the monk timing. LucifroN can mirror that, by the way. Curious to see if he's going to. And there you go. Yeah, prayer tent on the way in. I've seen 1 or 2 players returning to the mobile prayer tent build where you pack the tent up and move it around. It's thought to be really inefficient because of the fact that monks don't... They can, you know, move out, easily pick up, drop in. But when the prayer tent is packed up, it doesn't generate gold. Still, from my understanding, I don't think they ever changed that. So probably for LucifroN, we'll just see the prayer tent stay at home. Did they ever fix the double production issue? I think they did. So you can double produce monks, and LucifroN definitely has the stone for that. Instead, though, all that stone is going into spring replacements. I think he saw the horse archers, so he wants to make sure he can just keep attacking without worrying about home too much. What do you win? For getting the high trade house number right, you win the ability to now enter your card details and subscribe to the channel. It's quite the honor. Nice intercept. First of the warrior monks goes down. That was well played on the timing as well. loueMT's approach makes sense. Get the safe relic because you're up against raiding Cav. LucifroN on it like a carbonate. Now he has confirmation. He can go a little bit more greedy into Shaman because his opponent is doing it as well. Horse Archer better than Magadai? Oh, honey. It's not that simple. Magadai, especially ever since they added in Khan Hunters, trade very well into Horse Archers. Because Horse Archers, while they have higher base damage, they don't have substantially more health. In fact, at this stage, they have less. Getting Boy's Fortitude evens you up. But look at the attack speed. To do 14 damage takes over 2 seconds. Magadai only 7 damage, but they're going to do it in 0.88. So yeah, these units are kind of crazy. It used to be the problem was getting close enough, but Khan Hunter solved that. And of these two, Magadai will definitely scale better into Imperial. Now, the challenge usually is that Magadai will cost more. So, like, if you're talking about raw resource, Horse Archers are still very efficient traders. The Deer Stone is going to be sacked. LucifroN. I don't know if he needed to keep this here, actually. It didn't really do much for the aura, because he wasn't around this area often. What it did do is actually give him vision as to what his opponent might have been doing. So he would have known if his opponent was attacking the base. So it was kind of a pseudo outpost in the end. And in fairness, he has so many outposts elsewhere, the Deer Stone going down doesn't matter as much anymore. It's annoying for having one less tool to attack with, but his home eco is like fully bolstered with the aura now. Looks like Louis is going to be able to secure a second relic here. Timing slightly worse than LucifroN's, and I think it is going to be a 3-2 split as the Shaman is coming to the north side. Keshik already guarding. Speaking of Keshiks, an extra group. Rohirrim right into the back. Outpost already up for Louis, though. So we'll be safe. Feels like he just hasn't been getting enough deer home, though, right? Out on the high trade house deer kind of says everything it needs to. And the Keshik do actually go for the dive. You fools, why don't you just use spears? I still can't get over this. It is a spear. I don't see how, but it is a spear. I don't know, man. Like, saying this is a spear and it's the same as, like, a big halberd. It's kind of the equivocal of, like, saying that I can spread butter across bread with a toothpick instead of using a knife. It's like, well, technically you are correct. But why? How is that ever going to be better or more efficient or more logical? Look at this. loueMT now on the offensive, but Horse Archers making up the backbone feels weird here, folks. Horse Archers raiders, not direct fighters, so LucifroN scaling into Vet Archers should feel pretty good here. Especially considering the Khan Hunters giving him the first hit. Yeah, the 5.75 tile versus the 4.5. Essentially gives you 2 hits before your opponent returns fire. Horse Archers win versus Magadai on cost basis, almost identical DPS but cheaper. Also do better pierce armor. The point is usually like with the Magadai, you can scale them very early, right? So you can have a timing edge. I would say also Magadai, the micro style is very different. So Horse Archers feel terrible, I think, in a retreat compared to Magadai. Because you can just maintain your distance on a retreat and punish them. LucifroN's still poking in the back, by the way. Always just forcing Louis to look back at his base, and we're leaning more and more into those Horse Archers now. Which feels bad when you look at what LucifroN's doing. Archer, Keshiks. I think his timing's looking pretty solid here. Might be a little bit too early to break the base, but in terms of pushing your opponent into the corner with limited resources, very feasible. Does have the Step Lancer upgrade as well. Military Academy also on the way, so LucifroN looking for the additional pump. Has to be careful the A click into the buildings. He's finding worker kills at the back. Hold on a sec. Oh my, the Magadai! They found the berry workers as they were walking out, so nice strike there. Got what, 5, 6 kills, I think? So I think he already had like 1 to 4. So big strike, big difference now. LucifroN ahead by 11 workers. Has relic advantage. Sacred Sight's locked in as well. Is he doing this? Against the Civ that always gets banned as well. Like, remember, HRE is highest priority ban only behind HRE. I think he's played this very well. A lot of players in this situation would have just probably tried for the Imperial timing. I think LucifroN had the correct idea. It would have kind of killed him. Against mass horse archers on such an open map, it doesn't make much sense. You don't have safe resources near the TC anymore. It's a great read to play that longer castle. We do have Louis now just having to move abroad into the center of the map. More risky for him. Horse archers trying to get sneaky. Unfortunately, they're going to run into a mess. Question is whether Louis is going to be paying attention. They do see each other. He will back away. Archers are close by. loueMT needs to pay attention to that. There is a maneuver speed arrow coming off cooldown in 10 seconds. And you are now approaching Yam, which is dangerous here. The Keshiks will gap close you. So you need to dodge the base, steer away from it. Not towards it! Uh-oh. Just get away fast. Don't even turn around for an attack. So we are kind of reaching that stage where you have to ask the important question of which army is going to scale better into Imperial Age. Horse archers can compete, but they need the space to do so. So you have to be like attacking. And on top of that, it's more expensive. You have to make more steps to get value out of them compared to archers just with the elite. Keshiks is going to feel, I think, pretty good going into Imperial. The men-at-arms is curious to me from loueMT. It's still 22 Keshiks. And you have to be aware of the possibility this could go H4. It kind of feels like LucifroN just needed a bit of a wake-up call in those early games. I gotta say, his reaction to raiding and his proactivity of raiding has drastically improved in the last 2 games compared to the start of the series. The start of the series, it just kind of looked like LucifroN didn't really know what to do with Louis' openings. The point is fully woken up now. It's interesting because ironically, that's usually how Louis sets go, where he starts off and he looks a little bit weak. And we have a joke, which is like Louis gone for a coffee break. Because he legitimately, in one of the weeks, had that where he was getting stomped and then had a quick coffee break, came back and reverse swept his opponent. Louis at risk of now losing 8 more villagers. He's being forced to respond to this, but seems hesitant to do so due to the Keshik count. Villagers now exposed. Are going to try to run away. Difficult to do so against the heavy cav. We'll go for the wall behind him, but there's archers here, so that just means more workers die. Now the backstab. Now hold on a second. Could this be a bait and switch? loueMT, he gets in position with the spears. Body blocks are there. LucifroN trying to run away, but the archers have nowhere to go. He has to sack them. That's half archers left behind. He'll kite them back to try and make it a bit of a better trade, but an insane play by Louis. That wall that looked like his own doom sealed the fight. LucifroN in full retreat now. We'll try to re-engage with the second wave, but the horse archer numbers are getting out of control. Has more ponies than there are archers on foot. Keshiks have to dive in. There's a lot of stand ground coming through here from loueMT. Maybe ambitiously so, but it seems to be working out. The spearmen catch up. The Keshik count just got completely deleted. I mean, this has to be it, surely. This is an insane eco lead, but LucifroN just lost full mass. Barely anything resembling an army remaining. 2 Keshiks, 7 crossbows, a handful of archers, and loueMT now double barreling into the men-at-arms horse archers. He has the tempo. He has the timing. LucifroN may lack the access to resources to continue here. He does have a 13 villager lead, but those villagers now at risk of getting heavily idled. LucifroN, he's just going to keep sacking unit by unit in here to keep the horse archers in position. We do have to be respectful of the fact there is double Springwood here. So loueMT will slow things down just a little bit. But that was crazy. I can't believe that fight. LucifroN definitely not completely dead. Remember, even after this gold in the step readout, he saved the corner gold until last. So he has backup options here. Credit where credit is due. Louis looking pretty smooth, and I love this detail. Going back for the Warrior Monks is huge. It's not just about securing Sacred Sight. It's the debuff, or sorry, the buff, rather, for him that you can get in. The +2 damage, the +1 armor is massive against Mass Archer. Enables the horse archers to trade super efficiently. Between those horse archers, LucifroN will react. Starts to pull away. We've got tower defense strat, by the way. This is classic Mongols. I think Lou's doing a good job of trying to address them as they go. But it is getting very frustrating. Never a fun comp to have to play into. LucifroN now in full retreat back towards more outposts. Hasn't got full Spring set up. Defense arrow is going to be activated to stand his ground. He knows if he falls here, it's going to be full exposure on the economy. Defense arrow has already ran out. These men-at-arms are just becoming a nuisance in the fight. loueMT still with a decent number of horse archers. He can easily go raiding here to break the Spaniard. I think he will. Dives in deeper. He wants the entire army gone. Another risk for LucifroN. Remember, this is where a lot of food gathering is going to be now. Usually anyway in a Mongol game. loueMT, still more troops on the way. He didn't clear all the outposts, but he's rallying around them, so he's not losing them for a dive. Speaking of losses, this should be the point where LucifroN starts to hemorrhage a little. Has done a good job of blocking by moving to the berries to the north side, but I think this is where Louis is going to get suspicious. Like, where is he? What is he doing? There's meant to be mass pastures gathering here. Instead, he's going to find them on the west side. And this is what he was looking for. The egg to crack. This is everything right now. Check it. 35 villagers on a screen. Horse archers are in. And that surely has to be it. There's nowhere to run. He's got outposts littered everywhere, but the losses are stockpiling up. He's running into reinforcements. And Louis has got his number. Dial 911 because we've got a murder. Man, what a sick game. I can't believe that. And Louis needed something. Like, let's emphasize this. The state of the game, the way it was trending, LucifroN was in a good position. Great, healthy villager lead. Step read out to inflate him. Outpost network or extending for defensive and mobility purposes. There was a lot of ticked boxes for Mongols here. But that move on the tree line changed everything. The wall that looked like it was going to cost Louis the game actually sealed it. He now finds himself 7 workers ahead. Full tree line access. LucifroN with no real raiders to speak of. Now, Lucy, he's not at the point where it's like a 20+ eco deficit. But loueMT, I think now the next step is likely farm transition, then age up. Does he have more food to work with? Not really. LucifroN's probably feeling like he needs some damage done. I wonder if you could just try to set up pastures and play Cognate. Because one thing to be cognizant of here is that if at this point in the game he goes Cognate, that's going to add in another 15 villages or so worth of production. While the game definitely not completely over, I think LucifroN's really reeling from that last attack. He probably realizes he needs some sort of trade out that's favorable. Does Louis still need to be horse archers? This is crazy, actually. I think, like, he's going too deep. No way. Surely not. Yeah, I think the baiting thing about this is that it looks like Louis should have been maybe in a position to end the game. But you have to remember the state of economy. This number is kind of fibbing. He's got 1,500 food income now. But that's because he was moving out to additional resources. That's crazy. And the other problem is, like, Louis never switched off of horse archers. He's still going to try to brute force the front fight. It's fair to say LucifroN is definitely in an awkward position with his food income, which still hasn't been resolved. And going 2 TC is insanely greedy. But the full process here for him is going to be sprawled outposts. He has so many of them still. And his opponent went horse archers. Which means he just lacks the ability to burn through them. Now, we've seen Louis thrive in these environments where he can raid and then take economy. So I'm expecting mass farms to come in the next maybe minute, maximum 2. Has got enough wood for it. The gold is also getting a bit out of control for what Louis needs versus what he has. So it might even be worth just buying some food here. Keep that pump going. Problem he's done here is like the men-at-arms seems to be predictable. LucifroN, he's trying to get into crossbows. towers are so frustrating. Like, I feel for Louis. I think we've all been there with Mongols. For a long time, it felt so hard for Mongols to get to this stage where they can spam outpost emplacements, but whenever you see it nowadays, with these fast Imperial builds in particular, it has your blood boiling. So, like, what is Louis' game plan? It must just be the farms. Yes, he's waiting on that. So they're coming in now. I still favor Louis' position for food income right now. But yeah, that gap definitely slowed him down. LucifroN's winning it. Lucy loses the fight. I mean, that's what I want, right? I want to be able to state the outlook of the game and then have an incredible fight. I've talked about this before. It's so boring when the outcome of the game becomes linear. Like, well, this is a snowball effect now. You're seeing overextension into counter overextension. And it's... Yeah, I agree. Cinema. Louis going for the age up now. Okay, so he slowed it down entirely. I think after seeing the second TC, he understood that LucifroN is not going to be rushing Imp. So he wants to take the edge, and this could be a big wallop. Worker count is 50 plus in this area. Outposts are going to let him know. But loueMT going to fish for a dive here. It's so difficult against Yam, though. Yeah, and he does scout the Horseman early on. So we'll go to back away. And what is up, Cultivated Meat? Thank you very much for the gifted sub, which you just gave to Nightbot? Like, what? I'm surprised there wasn't an attached message saying AI has rights too. And what's up, ZB0T? I see you with the sub as well. Thank you very much. Okay, so Louis' upgrade is coming. I think that's very responsible, by the way. Going Spasskaya, it doesn't often feel good to do because High Armory is like goated with the discounts, etc. and the extra attacks. But I think it's kind of necessary here. The state of the game has gotten weird because you had that big gap in the farm transition. So you don't want to leave yourself open to a full dive. And you will need extra gold for, what, probably Streltsy play? You could also technically go Knights this late in the game, but the problem is your opponent already has crossbows. The reason why Roost Knights is kind of underrated is you have to remember they have a unique tech to Roost, which is the pole axes. Gives you +4 damage, which actually trades quite well, even compared to things like French Knights. Because French Knights have things like Cantled Saddles, which is going to give an extra 30 damage in the first 5 seconds. You're only going to do an extra... ends up being 12 damage in about the first 5 seconds. But then across the rest of the fight, you keep walloping for that extra 4 damage. Yeah, it feels like we are just sticking to the comp. Full Horse Archer upgrade. Ensnare Arrows on the way as well. Tithe Barns. The full kit and caboodle. And the Cargonet is now coming in for LucifroN. Now, this is very interesting. A lot of landmarks you get, and it feels like they demand something of you economically to justify them. The interesting thing about Cargonet is it does the alternative, the opposite. It gives you something back in a very organic and no price attached way. The price is the tech up, just like any other landmark. But the returns come in super fast. And the question is whether LucifroN is ready to hit the casino. Should he be putting it all on black or maybe saving for a house? Okay, that's respectable. That's like, you know, that's a reasonable like gamble of all on black. 50-50 chance. He hasn't hit the absolute jackpot yet, though. Nestor Bees could be quite handy here. Gallop is going to be activated. We'll give him the extra range. The gap close. He's looking to press. Remember, loueMT has a huge tech edge coming in here. Incineroar is completing in 15 seconds. The Elite Men Arms upgrade already in. And LucifroN, despite an ambitious and respectable effort to get to the next stage, he will have no army left to upgrade. Men at Arms, they are rallying weirdly here. Where are they going? Please just attack something. This is getting ridiculous. Louis, if you just hit the A-click button, the whole army's dead. Looks like it's still going to be courtesy the Horse Archers. A little bit overkill there, but finally the Men-at-Arms find their groove. And remember, this is pasture area. 31 food eco gatherers that aren't going to be able to work in a matter of moments here. Spirit Emplacements might be able to slow us down eventually, but it would be too little too late. LucifroN knows it. He has to bail on the food income. Ditches the area. Cargonet is about to spawn a handful of Palace Guard into max Horse Archers. loueMT, this is crazy. If those Men-at-Arms had just attacked straight away, I think he'd still have probably 10 plus in the base here and it would already be over. Instead, LucifroN is now playing a game of tower defense. Gallop is activated again. He sandwiches him on both sides. The eco lead is now with Louis, and this is not going to slow down, surely. Yeah, he did at least get Military Academy on the Cargonet, so we'll be pumping out the reinforcements fast. loueMT will have to reset and wait for the men-at-arms by the looks of it. This is ridiculous. How is this game actually not over at this stage? I think Louis looking to resolve that problem because every time he dives, he loses because of outposts. So we do have rams now. I think that's what... Was that men-at-arms building or the siege workshop? No, he's got siege workshop building and lightweight beams on the way. Okay, so this should... And I'm going to asterisk it in the biggest way because what should have happened and what has happened in this game constantly is in flux. But this should be the detail that breaks into the base, that clears the way to get LucifroN off this tree line, off these pastures, and dead. Big asterisk on that, though. And hello, Benny boy. Thank you, Dimmu, for the raid. Perfect time to come in. We've had swings and roundabouts here in Baldland. Seems appropriate when we're on this map that Dimmu would raid. loueMT. Still has to be feeling like he's in the driving seat, at least for the moment. There's no university text coming through. No incendiaries for LucifroN. Rams are now here to address those emplacements. Men-at-arms torching them down as well. Horse Archer on Horse Archer. Is a brutal affair between the two. Killing their fellow brothers. And that's what Betrayal gets you. And TC's already almost gone. Oh my. Oh, this is what was missing. loueMT before was taking a raid approach, which... difficult to do even with cavalry into Yam. Your enemy just moves so fast. But now that he's come in with something more emphatic, something that can deal with the emplacements, LucifroN feels like he's shriveling up here. Elite Tech not in for the archers yet. Men-at-arms just not really feeling that heavily counted with the range difference, and that is going to be it. GG finally gets called. Insane to think that LucifroN looked like he had this in the cusp of his hands halfway through. But loueMT's sick walling shenanigans, as I should know, as we should all know, walls being his trick, his ace up his sleeve, gets him the edge he needed to turn this around and guide it through to another victory. That is wild. So well played by Louis. Like, that was so clutch as well, the way he was willing to risk on the tree line at that earlier point. One sec, let me update that as well. Okay, there we go. So, that means we are going to now be getting a redraft, folks. So, remember, the way we do these is we use the BO5 drafts where you pick 6 civs, and then after game 4, the boys go in and they draft again. So, we are going to import the new draft. It's going to be LucifroN. Let me swap them around. So, loueMT. HRE Roost getting banned. Chinese coming through first. By the way, guys, perfect time to talk about the sponsor for this. Seems appropriate that Dimmu would raid us, because the thing is, Dimmu, can we all agree, Dimmu does a great job of mastering the board, of encompassing the board, of embracing the board. But not everyone handles the boardness that well. Now, if some people, they hold on to the hopes the hair's going to come back, they just have it on the sides, or patchwork as it is, kind of like our map Alopecia, which is going to be coming up next. There might be a solution. So we're working with HIMS. This is what this is. This is HIMS Cup. They've come in, they've sponsored these show matches to happen every Friday for the next 3 months. So we're going to be doing these regularly. We're going to be doing them around the different things they supply. So if you're unfamiliar with HIMS, it's a very helpful service, actually. I think, like, talking about hair loss, and another thing they do is ED. A lot of the issue is, like, it's very embarrassing for us guys. You know, we don't want to admit it, but problems exist. So what HIMS does is they provide you a remote access way to go through the helpful survey and then get the drugs that should be able to help you regrow your hair if it's possible. So, you know, you've got doctor trusted ingredients. Most people, if they're going to see results, see it between 3 and 6 months, and it's fully online. So you don't have to go through the hoo-ha of going into a doctor's place and going through, like, the embarrassing meetings. I mean, I was talking about this the other day, like the other week, I had to go in and have, like, an examination for something else. And it's just like, it's very uncomfortable for most people. I think I'm a pretty chill guy and it didn't bother me too much, but I could understand why most people wouldn't want to. So yeah, check them out. Exclamation mark HIMS. Big shout out to them as well for sponsoring the Age of Empires 4 scene. And I think if they see a lot of people clicking through and kind of reading into it, We might be able to get them to come back and do bigger and better things because they've done some epic things. You guys might have seen them sponsoring the Super Bowl, I believe, last year, which was pretty crazy. So, draft complete. I do see an Ottoman pick. I hope for an Ottoman pick because this draft does involve, if I remember correctly, was Enlightened Horizon in our draft? Let me double check. It should be. No, Enlightened Horizon actually was banned by LucifroN. We still have receding to play, by the way. So for those that didn't know, we have a brand new map this week, which is going to be Alopecia. But we also have receding, which was the new map we created for last week. Big shout out to Caillou, who's been working on those. So yeah, we've got a theme here with maps, you may have noticed. Get help if you like. Also, bros, yeah, like, you know, you got to be comfortable as your own person. For some people, they want a different look, right? And that can help. Been used to this product, but it wasn't working good enough. But there was improvements. Take those if you want to give it a fight. Exactly, right? Like, I think the big thing that HIMS is like trying to hone in on is like they can't promise you to give you long, luscious locks like a full surfer dude in the 80s, but better shot of actually getting back those glory days of the hair with them than without them. So yeah, big shout out to HIMS for that. And we are also using the funding to create interesting formats. So we've got these new maps coming in, and we are right now working on a game mode for month number 2. I'm hopefully going to have a look at it this week and maybe have it prepped for either, if not the first week, the second week of our second iteration, because next week, actually, no, it's next week. It's a week afterwards. From the week afterwards, we'll be talking about the other line of products, which is to do with ED. And we have something very, very exciting in mind for that. A whole new game mode. Yeah. I imagine for some people, it's like, why is KP talking about hair loss when he can do this? Oh, yeah. Because, I don't know, man. If you want hair like this, no, I'm not gonna go that far. I think it's a case of like, I noticed it was it's quite fitting when I was talking to him about the community, because I remember, I distinctly recall I was at like a Red Bull event and everyone, it was like a midlife crisis meeting over beers outside the hotel. Everyone's like, yeah, man, like the hair's going, it's gone. And like, they're all just like, it's just this middle-aged men like ripping about the feeling like, oh man, dude, like we're losing our hair. It's all gone. And I'm like, I'm not. And I'm like, yeah, that's right. They turned to me, they're like, hey, look out, KP, like your hair is next. I was like, nah, I'm fine, dude. And then I just have this collective group of guys doing like a head patting gangbang on me. Like they're all just like, oh wow, yeah, it is all And that's when it hit me. I'm like, okay, yeah, I did kind of get lucky on the hair genetics, which is hilarious because when I was a kid, my hair looked like crap. Like, it made it worse because you know what you do is when you're a kid, when you're in high school, right? You know what hair product you use that, like, now in hindsight, you realize was terrible. Hair gel. Oh. Just makes your hair plastic, man. So Louis, I think about 3 minutes ago, said he just needed a 5-minute break. We need a little bit of a coffee break. So we are going to have him back in a sec, and we should be getting underway with a return to alopecia. In terms of picks, by the way, it is going to be Jean versus Malians. So LucifroN, so far, Jean has been the only thing to get him a win in this series. Maybe it can get another one on the board. I hope so. I don't like it when we just get full stomps. Like that back and forth feeling. But Malians is tricky, man. Like, this is the opening pick on the first alopecia we saw. Which is interesting, because basically we're going to have alopecia for the third time. Which, if you've had it that many times, seriously, do check out HIMS. You might actually help you. But the first time, Malians for Louis won. The second time, LucifroN's Jean won. So now it's like deciding which one's best. Stop using shampoo and conditioner many years ago. Just use water. Yeah, that's the no poo thing. We talked about that. We done no poo a few years back. It didn't really do anything for me, but for some people, it actually made a difference. So I knew a girl in Germany who worked for Freaks for You, who she showed me how her hair used to be, and then like her hair now, and it genuinely made a difference, because the whole concept is meant to be something to do with the greases, and like if you keep shampooing regularly, the reason why you get greasy hair straight like very quickly after shampooing hair is because it's your hair like putting its natural oils out excessively. So then if you wash it, it's going to keep doing it. It's like for her, it rebalanced her like the oil levels in her hair. Yeah, so me personally, I shower daily, which apparently is weird. Apparently not many people do that. I was like, really? But I only use like shampoo or whatever. Used to be every other day. I think now it's maybe every third or fourth day. But then I rinse my hair every day. Like, you know, here's the thing, guys. So like, you get the HIMS tabbies. So you get we've solved this. So like, you know, if you want to try them and you get them and they do work for you and you regrow the hair, you get the HIMS tabbies, you regrow the hair. And then once you've regrown the hair, you want to know how you actually make the hair look really good? Blow drying. Everyone, like, I don't know, like, I say the word blow drying and people, like, get freaked out, like, whoa, that's not very manly. Who cares, dude? It's smart. It's actually very efficient. Because, like, I can blow dry and then just through the hair and we're done. Or I can scruffy-ruffy my hair and then spend, like, triple the time I would if I just blow dried trying to get my hair how I want it. So, yeah. Never tried blow drying my beard, but, like, well, I don't really have, like, beard. But I imagine it makes sense for full beard. I really should start using, like, the beard oils. Because there's two types, and there's beard oil and something else. Not beard oil, beard balm or whatever, for something like this length. I never have. And I'm probably going to regret it on my skin eventually. Because you shouldn't use soap. Soap is really bad for, like, facial hair. Underrated feeling is to put my cold hand on my bald, hot head. Why is your head so hot? You just wearing hats? My favorite one is when you look at people and they've got the head dent from wearing headsets. Like, was it Tyler 1? I think has that really badly. You can tell Beastie I have a better hairline than when he comes back. Can't wait for the mold. I mean, like, I don't think that's much of a challenge. Even more so with him deciding to shave his head. But we'll take the wins where we can. All right, are my boys ready? They should be ready. Because he said he wanted a 5-minute break. Yeah, so Lucy's in lobby. Louis should be back in a sec. I guess let's run ads now. We'll run 2 minutes of ads now so that we can get into game. Hopefully afterwards. Or, here's a thought, subscribe. Because subscribing supports the channel. If you want to do something for free to support the channel, ! Opera GX, ! HIMS, click both of those links. KB head shave when? I think I talked about this a little bit when people were asking, like, yeah, KP should do a subathon. If I was to do a subathon, I feel like legitimately the shave head thing would have to be so high that it would just be unrealistic. I'd probably put it at like 8,000 subs. 9,000? It would have to be really high. Look at that and realize how you may look if hair is too short. Yeah, like, dude, like, it makes you look like you just got out of rehab. I guess like the regrow would also be a nightmare for me because, like, everyone thinks I'm blessed, but I'm kind of cursed in some ways. Do you see the way my hair cuts in? So someone I've wanted to do my hair for ages, but I can't, is I really would love to have full shave around the sides. You know, like that kind of like, it's not there at all, and then on top. But my hairline cuts in because I've got, I don't know if every country calls it a double crown. Hairline double crown. Let's see if it has a different name. Yeah, it has like distinct whorls. And because I have like a double crown, it creates a really cursed pattern at the back. Which, not too bad. Because the way I style it. That's fighting words with Beastie. Bring it on, brother. Is an AoE 4 channel? Yeah, we're just waiting like for Louis because he took a little intermittent break. But he's now ready to go, so we're hopping into game. I told you guys, he does this. He goes off for a coffee break or whatever. He comes back and then he's all of a sudden like switched on double the power that he was. It's actually freaking wild every time with this guy. Oh, did I miss anything on YouTube? Nah, all good over there. You guys are chilling, vibing. All right, can we get predictions up, please? As we get ready, whoopsie, wrong side, for the next game. I'm going to flip those around because technically he is on the left. Oh, did we... Oh, that's interesting. I don't know if Cal's here, but alopecia doesn't show on the overlay. for some reason. Maybe it's because we need to Do we need to refresh the drafting? It might be we need to refresh it. There we go. Done. Thank you, Cal. One and all, it's time to decide who is the king of anti-bald. That's right, alopecia for the third time in our HIMS Cup show match. The first time, loueMT on the Malians able to disintegrate LucifroN's plans. The second time, LucifroN able to annihilate Louis with Jean d'Arc. They've now both picked the civs that they have wins with on this map. It's time to see the clash and see who is the ultimate pick for alopecia. And LucifroN kicks us off with the Dark Age aggression, which he tried earlier against Iabids with mixed results. It should, in theory, be even better here against Malians. That's right, because of course this is a civ that's going to add in the pit mine the houses, but we already see the adjustment from loueMT. He is going to be playing racks here, so he only goes to the double house. Now, LucifroN should already be suspicious of this. It's pretty obvious when your opponent is aware of a rush. Usually where this goes wrong for most civs is they try to outpost rush. And the Donzo count is so high that the javelins kill you. But here's the thought, guys. This isn't just any civ that could outpost rush. This is Jean. So if LucifroN wants to go for that timing on an outpost, it is viable courtesy of the excessive amount of HP on this villager. 150 HP. And healing. Yeah, so we'll see if he wants to go for it. If he's going to do it, the pull probably around 4 to 5 spearmen. It's always possible LucifroN's looking for an overreaction and then a tech up. It does sometimes feel a little bit weird to do this against Malians as Jean. Because normally you see this type of play from civs that want their opponent to go Donzos because it's bad for them. But you're playing Jean, so realistically what you want to do usually is go Knights. It's like in theory this could end up feeling quite weird unless Lucy's thinking Archer Spear? Once again, a bit tricky because the thing that Malians do very well is Donzo Jab. So Jean's not being pulled. No, but the aggression continues. We're going up to 6 spears. Does get the house kill. Forces close to spawn ones. This also has a knock-on effect, crippling the pit mine's income a little. Louis making an expensive investment, by the way, guys. The tricky thing about this Donzo timing, I think why most people, even today, feel a bit uncomfortable with it, is you burn through very limited wood very fast. So you have to add in a lumber camp earlier than most civs, because Donzos don't only cost more raw resources than standard spears, though a decent chunk of it into wood. In fairness, you do get a very good unit, though. We're talking about a unit that has a hybrid attack, but also has got melee armor. But here we go. It's time. Jean's on the move. It's time to crown a king of alopecia. Guys, do you think if you were, like, balding on the top of the head... Wait, is Jean balding? Oh, no, okay. It's just the lighting. Do you guys see it as well? There's, like, a very weird orange little piece on top. We might need to get us some pills. So, interesting thing. Here's a thought for you. Do you think having a crown when you got like the friar tuck look where you're bald on top and not on the sides, do you think having a crown in that situation would draw more attention to the baldness or less? I'm not sure. And it's hard to tell because people just don't wear crowns in those situations these days. Just imagine how much better you could have been like in those days as if you had the good old HIMS product. Just get like the uber boosted version. You just look like you're growing a tree on top of your head. Depends on how... I like that answer. Okay, so like if you guys aren't 7 foot tall, you got balding issues, wear a crown and then just get some HIMS. Well, may need to say a hymn, say a prayer for loueMT because it looks like the outpost is going to go up. There's just no answer to it. Mansa's going to be on the way. LucifroN's timing is going to be slower, mind you, but if you can get the pit mine kill, it's going to feel worth it. Maybe he even... Do you maybe go for a second outpost around the back? Because, yeah, over here, that would be no gold access. Looks like it's going to be a Jean ran home. Honestly, I think the second outpost could be kind of sick. It's just obviously it cripples your tech timing here. And yeah, I think Louis saw the outpost. It just doesn't matter, though. This is what I mean. With Jean, you just can't kill her. Because the Donzos, you can see, the Javelin Hull is 25 damage on a round, waiting every 15 seconds. So you do 25 damage on a round, she has 150 HP. So 15 seconds wait, and you need what was that, a minute and a half? Jean builds an outpost quicker than a minute, remember. She has a 33% increased build speed, so she'll build it in, I believe the way percentiles work in this game, that ends up being 45 seconds. So you'd have to commit into her, and the spear numbers were too high. So I don't think Louis made the wrong call, just not diving there. It wouldn't have been worth it. And you also would have accelerated level 2 by doing that, by the way. So he's going to patrol around, see if he can just start capturing up these outposts. Really important because it's going to inform him, quite likely, with what his opponent is doing. If he gets the right type of spawns where the deer's a bit too close, he'll know if Pro Scouts is coming when he sees it on the flanks. Now, Louis, Pro Scouting seems kind of impossible here. Your gold income is not going to be crazy. It's literally just the Mansa. So 75 gold a minute means you'd have to wait, what, about 9 minutes, 10 minutes to get that tech going. Instead, it's going to be an immediate blacksmith. So it looks like we are going to be seeing a ram to clear the access to the pit mine again. But this feels good as Jean, right? Like, you force your opponent to go into a blacksmith for 150 wood. Then he's going to immediately need siege engineering. Plus the ram. So that's going to end up being an additional, what? 375 resources invested? Worth the outpost at that stage. On top of that, melee Jean could still contest this. We do have Louis going straight into archers, which also just makes sense on his income. But that means that LucifroN could mirror you. You could even just straight up lean into knights here, because although there's Donzos, Jean can tank a lot of Donzo fire. And he did scout that out. Yeah, you saw that. So he knows about the secondary pit mine. Unfortunately for Louis, he's not going to see anything with these outposts yet. Ram being... But wait, why are we building... Okay. Why are we... We're just like, yeah, just in case you didn't know, I'm taking out your outpost. This is like very interesting that Louis chosen to just reveal that he's doing this. Information is power, and giving it over for free can often be quite costly. I'm scratching my head a little on this one. Not hard enough that, like, the hair comes off and I have alopecia. And the ram is going to move over now. So, can Jean defend this? It's a lot of Donzos, and he hasn't reinforced. No, LucifroN chose greed. He went Pro Scouts. So, it should be tower forfeited. Jean's trying to drag attention so that the archer fire from the tower can kill more Donzos. He's going to turn on the archers, which is smart. Cleave comes in. Nicely played there by Lucy. Has got Divine Restoration soon. He can actually time this right to get a second wave here, second wind. Spears are going to get chased away, so Donzos are going to hold the Javelins to finish off one. Is forced to retreat. Now, did he get enough space with this? Scout count isn't crazy. We've got a progressive, like, not progressive, slow Pro Scouts build. This isn't the rush. We've seen more players do this, where instead of used to see 6, 7 Pro Scouts because it was a race, it's now a marathon, where you get 3 to 4 and then gradually grab the deer back. Because with the nerfs to Pro Scouts, if you haven't been around since Season 9, you probably aren't aware of this. Season 10 crippled the movement speed when gathering deer. It's a lot more difficult to just greed. Greedy boy in the gold, LucifroN. Oh, does actually end up min-maxing that, so nicely played. Ram is on the way, though. So wait, no. Is this cursed? This feels a little bit cursed. The ram can get great value here because of the outpost that LucifroN's now relying on back at home. Scouts could come in, like full attack on Titan mode and save the day. Remember, they do get bonus against rams. Instead, it's just going to be the spears, the knights that jump out. Donzos are trying to dive, but remember, the arrow fire stacks up quite nicely here. There is no undermesh, so quite expensive to go in this early with javelins. We have got double pit mine back online alongside the Mansa, so a lot of jabs now to follow for Louis. LucifroN probably would benefit from going back for more spears. Against the comp he's up against, it makes a lot of sense, because then you could just use the knights to raid, because you have spearmen to body the front of the fight. Speaking of those knights, they are going to be sneaking in. In fact, they might have found the one blind spot here from Louis. Oh. Will he thread this? No, he's been seen. Javelins instantly react. Louis will pull away. A good idea, but always just so tricky. You need something else happening on the map at the same time. Oh, I didn't check the predictions. How did we do? 57% for loueMT, so pretty tight between the two. Understandable. I think, you know, despite what the score shows 3-1, after what LucifroN done in that Jean game on this map, I was impressed. Felt like I had a pretty shaky situation after maybe not getting that killing blow with his Dark Age Rush. And I'd say this Dark Age Rush looked better than the last games. Sneaky boy Louis. Remember, he didn't go pro scout, so he has to play flank. But this is the thing about these abandoned outposts. Like, shout out to Kai, you've done a really good job of this and littering these around. We highlighted that we really wanted to have these on the flank. I like the way he's positioned it, where you usually get resources overlapping this area. Gives value for raiders to capture these to see what they're up against. But also, if you have control of it, economically, it's same as an outpost, really. Because often when you're this far out, if an enemy force dives in, they're going to burn an outpost. You can't rely on it to defend you. Often, people end up building outposts in these type of situations, so they get an early warning to run away. Yeah, I'm going to have to double check on this. Jean definitely doesn't get any sort of XP surge off of these, right? She shouldn't. But I just want to be safe. No, nothing. Unless? I mean, she shouldn't. Technically, she should not. But I've seen some funky things in this game recently, so I don't know what to trust anymore. Like, we noticed the other day the weird Mongol bounty trick where you can actually get paid on burning structures you didn't burn. No XP. Okay, I'm going to move away with the camera now because that's got to get annoying. And game has calmed down quite a lot. Neither player taking a raiding approach, which is surprising because so far that has been the name of the game between these two. I think that's what made this a really cool matchup as well, actually. Is that both of them do focus on that raid type gameplay. You know, if you had Vortex versus Louis, you'd have a very different style to what you've seen from LucifroN versus Louis. And yes, you can capture these outposts. These are one of the new points of interest. It literally gives vision in the area. There's no garrison to it, thank goodness. It's just for the vision. Really great addition to the game, I think. I might say, like I've said earlier in the series, I'd like to see it change so that when you don't have anyone underneath them, it slowly decaps. So you temporarily keep vision. You have to keep coming back. Because vision's very powerful. So I think... I don't feel like this should be the final form of points of interest, abandoned outposts. But it's a promising start. Because as it currently stands, once you capture this, it just stays captured. Until your opponent comes and takes it away. Yeah, I thought it was a really cool dynamic because I wanted to have a map that embodied an idea of point of interest. But we didn't want to ram it down people's throats in an uncomfortable way. Like, high view is still controversial for that. But if you think about the vision you get, it's not that your opponent can't wrap wide enough to be unseen, but it's tricky. These stealth forests are a really cool element because it takes a lot longer to reach the enemy base, but it gives you something to lean towards. And also, all the resources scattered inside it gives you an economical reason to be there as well. And this is looking like a good time. And loueMT, game one, he done a really weird Farimba build, if you guys remember. He didn't have the Javelin mass. The timing just didn't make sense. But this time around, 23 Javelins already. This is looking really powerful. LucifroN with only 10 knights doesn't have a great answer to this. LucifroN, I think he realizes this is trending towards a castle up. He's looking to save himself. Does he go Guildhall and weather the storm, or is it Royal Institute to compete? I mean, Pro Scouts has returned a decent amount of deer. I'm not sure if I'd say it's enough, though. I should be your dad. You're smart, handsome, and cool. Everything you look for in a dad. Thank you. I don't think that's how dad selection works. I don't know why it's important to you that your dad is handsome. So he can be my perfect wingman in the bar, even in his 50s. And it is going to be Guildhall, so he's taking the defensive route. The javelin throws, for those that don't know, when you go for the Frimba and you upgrade them into the Javelineers, what they get is extra movement speed, and they get a poisoned element to their attacks. They are incredibly frustrating to deal with. Genetics means you'll be handsome. Have you never seen those celebrities that have really ugly kids? I wouldn't trust genetics as much as you think you should. That's why sometimes when you can't trust genetics, we have to take power into our own hands. Shout out to HIMS for being able to help with the hair for that. Are you paying attention, Linus Tech Tips? That's how you do a segue. All right. Wow, I'm just throwing shade at them. We have got the dive coming in, though. The Javelineers are chasing. No veterans in the Knights yet. Doesn't want to fight. The Guildhall is revealed. Jean still has some way to go on the level up here. 200 XP away. Is the poison really that good? Yes. It just dents these Knights. Because the thing about Javelineers is it's all about kiting. So if you have poison on top of that, the kiting is what makes poison good. Usually poison looks bad in some comps, like with poison archers, because the units just die too fast. But Knights aren't going to. So it's actually perfect for that type of trade out. The extra movement speed, you guarantee that you can stay away from them. LucifroN is just waiting for that veterancy before he takes a fight. Cantled saddles as well. Gold access is a problem here. Needs to sneak out fast. Is this the same RAM? God damn it, this is the same RAM. That he built at, was it 7 minutes in the game? 10 minutes survival time on one RAM. It's been alive for half the game. Scouts are going to go for the yoink. You just see how difficult it is. Just Arislets alone can shut him down, so that's not working out. In fact, it's going to be a full garrison to fully deny the yoink. Yeah, oh, he won't even get this one away, right? The Donzo sees him. Meanwhile, this Ram is living his best life. What is going on? No! No, Rami! Remy the Ram! Don't do it to him! Let him live. He's earned this. Let him die of old rotting wood age in his bed. I hate you. Jean. Bringing the hate in strong, but the javelin. He actually garrisoned her, right? No. Yes, she's inside. I think. No, she was dead. She was actually... Okay. That was a little bit baiting at first. Yeah, you get melted by javelins at the stage. She's still so far away as well. 100 XP still to go. loueMT just controlling this game so well. LucifroN has got that survival mechanism of Guildhall, but it's a long and painful path. It genuinely looked like for a second he garrisoned inside. I'm a bit gutted, actually. Like, if someone wants to go back and check that, I think it was always free garrison, so it's just the villagers. Because something I'm curious about is whether the poison damage still applies when garrisoned. I think it does. There's some clunky garrison interactions like that. Like, at one stage, there was a problem where Jean could cleave and hit units in buildings. It does? Yeah, so possible he did hop in and then just die. LucifroN. This is an ambitious fight. In what world is this favored? The archer's trying to square up. Like, technically, when you get vet archers, they can do reasonably well into javelins just because the attacks be different. It's still a hard fight, especially against javelineers. Is Rimba actually better nowadays? I think it's more applicable because it gives you tempo and control. It's not going to be your be-all for every game. There's certain games where scaling javelins is going to feel bad, and those are the ones where you'll look towards Fulani instead. Level 3 Jean, she did get it. Looking for that big cleave. It's going to force the Donzo to commit. Divine Restoration is still on cooldown. Has not summoned the champions yet, but that's about to change. They do come to play. Jean, she's paying a lot of aggro. Donzos dive in. Still alive, but the poison is going to tick her down. Jean dead. Now, the champions are in to mop up the last of the Donzos, but there's 0 knights remaining. However, LucifroN is still somehow keeping competitive numbers here. It's just of a unit that is now counted. Is he doing it again? Like, we had a similar feeling in the Ibid game where the fights didn't look like they should be good for him. He hit a weird way of just keeping the pump going. This game feels more against him, though, and yeah, he feels it as well. There's nothing to come back from here. Javelin count too high. loueMT will be the king of alopecia. He has mastered it. It shall never affect his glorious hairline. That hairline right there. Look at that. That boy's got a head of hair. He ain't got to worry about it. But not all of us are blessed. Shout out to HIMS for those that they help. Whew. That means loueMT is one game away from winning HIMS Cup number 2 and being a back-to-back victor here. Marlian's king of alopecia, it seems as well. There is some sort of like realistic irony in that, but we won't explore it. Got hit by too many javelins? Okay, yeah, she was just hidden by the TC. Gotcha. LucifroN equal Vortex? In what way? I don't think he was like overly aggressive there. I just think he understood if he stood in his base, he's just going to lose the game over time. At that stage, it's just an eco out scaling because everyone like rates Guildhall like this giga busted thing, but it in these type of games it's very slow. Like it needs a lot of space, a lot of time. The draft is opposite. Wait, did we not? I thought we flipped the draft. Yeah, sorry. Let me flip that again. We definitely flipped the draft before. I don't know what. The swap button didn't work. Yeah, okay. I don't know if Cal's here. Sometimes you have to click the swap button twice. Apologies about that. Okay, so it looks like we are getting Chinese versus Delhi. This is actually pretty... It's on Gorge. This is pretty good, actually, for LucifroN. Delhi hates China with a passion. I think maybe even more so now than they used to, because Tower Victory at least gave you like a competitive point into like Chuk timings. Now you don't necessarily have that. Gorge as well, very good map for kind of fording the Barbican, because it's not too far from your base. So you can Barbican the central ramp, and it stops easy rotations. See, I think this makes a lot of sense. So, das is some hope, yeah? And it looks like I think they just hopped into game, so we can hop across now. We'll see if we're able to keep this party going. I wouldn't mind, you know, you feel like you've at least got to finish on alopecia. You know? Can't have HIMS Cup not finishing on the new map. That'd be outrageous. Let me flip those scores around. Can we get predictions going, please, mods? Thank you very much. One and all, welcome back to the HIMS Cup for what could be the final game of our second iteration of this weekly show match format. loueMT is sitting on match point. But it is that classic conundrum for a Delhi pick. LucifroN with the Chinese on the other side. We are, of course, in Gorge here to see if this is where LucifroN's run ends or if there's still hope of a comeback. If you are wondering what we're doing here, this is, of course, the HIMS Cup, the weekly format we're running. Best of nines between two top players, featuring new maps, new modes, all kinds of things, and they'll be happening throughout the next few months. In May all the way to, I believe, July we've got scheduled. I'm wondering what LucifroN's got scheduled for us here, because historically this matchup was really rough for the Delhi because China's ability to stop Sacred Site caps with a Barbican drop. Now, Gorge is in theory a decent map for a Barbican drop because this short ramp can easily be contested by a Barbican, and with fort spawning berries, there's resources in the area to justify it. It's not quite the holiest spawn where you get deer here and it's close enough that you want the Barbican on the ford, but it's workable. In fact, he even got a boar in a pretty good position. That likely won't matter. Back in the old days, it mattered more, but nowadays we see people going into Pro Scout so much. And China still is one of those civs at the heart that goes Pro Scout time and time again. Delhi, one of the biggest benefactors by the nerf to Pro Scouts, by the way, because civs are less likely to go for it, it's more easily contested. They're able to shut your timing down now while gradually getting to it for free. And 95% of the votes on LucifroN. That is more stacked than I would have expected here. You miss seeing Tower Victory. I think, I don't know, maybe I'd welcome Tower Victory occasionally, like rarely again, because it became a very oppressive style. Like in some ways, even more oppressive and linear than the Dome of Faith builds, I want to say. But Tower Victory can make sense against China and Chushi. The reason is the Chuknu. So Chuknu Spear can beat Ghazi Archer. if you don't have Tower Victory, because you don't have enough burst to clear the spearmen so your Gazi can go in. So what ends up happening is your opponent has the premium range units, gets to trade very, very well. But we're not going to see that this game. It should be the Dome of Faith. So likely Louis is going to be looking to lean into Gazi and stick to Gazi. In the past time when Vortex went through against Louis, Vortex went full aggro all 3 matches. Louis couldn't deal with it. I think Louis got a lot better at that, though. I don't know if I'd say Vortex has his number in that playstyle anymore. If there's someone who can actually do that to Louis still, the player that comes to mind, the most obvious one, is actually CSO. Because CSO regularly scrims with Louis and is something akin to a Vortex-type LucifroN from China, if that makes sense. Well, I'd say more leaning Vortex style. Like, CSO has some crazy all-in builds. So Imperial Academy obviously ticking in first, as China always does. Is he going to Barbican? I do like the idea of just kind of skimping on the Pro Scouts and just getting the deer. You can maybe try to shove this one in later and get the boar plus deer. Like, it's an insane amount of value on the screen. It even is close enough to the berries you could bridge the base. But we've got 2 still on gold. Taxmen are already out. It's feeling inevitable that we are going to be seeing Pro Scouts. In fact, if I just check, Mill's got 81. This is Pro Scouts macro. Is it? It has to be. If he had maybe a few more people on food, this would be a barbecue timing. 2 more for Louis. Sack up complete. Wood to be dropped off, and we should just be looking at a Gazi spam. It just plays so well because it controls the map, plays block to Pro Scouts, that then also usually forces China to go into Rax Rush to protect. I'm wondering if that's the macro for LucifroN here with this build, is like you slow the Pro Scouts down a little bit. But yeah, you can see by the amount of people on Wood, you can now open Racks and then go stables afterwards. You feel B and Vortex have Louis' number. I'm not entirely convinced. I know the last finals looked like a wash, the one yesterday. Like, B was just so on point. But we've seen Louis really can stretch B thin. Stable's now coming. Okay, so he's not going to go for the racks. What did he see that led him to this? Did he scout the base and not see the stables already? Because this does feel a little bit late from loueMT on his stable timing. He's actually flowing a lot of food with this opening. So yeah, kind of makes sense where LucifroN's coming from. There's no pressure to force him into spears yet. And the deer is so close to home, you just want to get that succulent, better gathering rate. Needs it as well. Sheep count, what, 13? You can drain through that pretty fast with spear spam and horseman spam. So, to the whole point of, like, B keeps beating Louis, the thing I'd warn you about is B is very creative, but he has to keep being creative, right? So, like, I am wondering if there's going to be a limitation to just how many builds he can have. I hope there isn't, because, like, I've said this before. Really big shout out goes to Louis, B, these players who are, like, in S-tier tournaments and still playing our weeklies and playing these show matches, because I want them to succeed, to prove to those that, like, are secretly in a back room, rubbing their hands together, making mischievous monkey noises, that you can play publicly and still dominate. Secret strats are overrated, you know? So Gazi already arriving. Nothing too secret about that. The spearman timing is good. LucifroN played this well. I've seen a lot of players have to go spears first, but I just think it's the positioning of the deer made it so safe to do this because it's so close to your base. Let's say the deer was out here, or rather just this one anyway. Your scouts would have to run so far out that the delayed spearman timing would probably cost you dearly. Instead, he gets the goodies from an efficient path, and Louis now forced into the archers. And he's going to be a march out towards sacred sites. No additional horsemen coming in. A horsemen are a really difficult counter against scholars because of the extra health. If it's just 90 HP, I'd rate horsemen pretty well to shut this down early. But 130 HP is just so dented. It's crazy just how much health you get on these things. I do feel like the scholar timing is still too good for Delhi in the opening. You know, you have military efficiency by the time you tech up, sanctity unlocks, and by the time you're approaching sacred sites, piety completes. That trifecta makes the first 7 or 8 minutes for Delhi so smooth and so powerful. Okay, looks like LucifroN's going to square up. Understandable, you don't really want to give over triple sacred site. Nice block of the spears on the east side. He's going to force a reaction. I think he knows it's coming, so he's going to retreat. Starts to poke in the center. This is actually, like, technically a pretty good fight for him. Guess he wanted to bait him into reinforcements. I think what happened there is he saw the first archer and LucifroN freaked out a little bit. Because we have God Vision, he couldn't see that it was only one at the time. Instead, it's going to be a rotation towards the south. Bloomery would be pretty good for LucifroN right now. Big damage buff to the army. Probably doesn't feel like he's got the wiggle room for it, but if he ever goes towards... Yeah, there we go. So, like, because his opponent's going archers anyway, I think that's where Bloomery gets justified, because you need Undermesh now anyway. So you go Undermesh, follow up Bloomery, and this is a bit awkward. Did you guys notice what Louis done? He prioritized the ranged armor. No range damage. That's still 2.5 minutes away. This is a really good window for LucifroN. That feels like a little bit of a blunder. I think Louis' thought process makes sense. We've seen a lot of mass archer Chinese builds in Feudal Age. But LucifroN's discipline to steer clear of that may have just given him a big edge. Definitely has the military lead right now. 50% advantage when you talk about fighty boys here. Skull's getting blocked. It's only one sacred site so far for Louis. And there's the Bloomery in a rush with supervision. It's going to be coming in just 17 seconds. Enough horsemen to easily take down the Scholar. Like, right now, the problem, Louis, he hasn't switched spearmen. Yeah, he's getting out-flooded on cavalry. Uh-oh. Ghazi. There's no backstab opportunity. The spearmen are already there. This is so elegantly executed by LucifroN. I think the impressive thing is we talked about the classic Barbican drop. That obviously hasn't happened. Like, there wasn't wiggle room with a Pro Scouts build. He's just doing this with raw melee power. Now, if Louis pulls all the scholars to a main fight, I think he could potentially still be favored here. He'd have to wait a little bit longer. The Ghazi count's not quite bloated enough. Because if you have less Ghazi and your opponent has horsemen, there's going to be overflow. And that overflow is going to hit archers, which they counter. So, very delicate phase of the game right now for Louis. Doesn't feel great what I'm about to say, but as the Delhi here, you have to take the defensive knee for the moment and look for LucifroN to overextend. The problem is, he did go Barbican. It looked like he might have been Macaron for Castle, but he's about to get scaling through Song. Ghazi are going to wrap around the back. LucifroN with the rut row moment. Does have the spears coming out, though, and I believe no supervision right now. Could easily switch it on, though. On the other side, it does start to turn into a dive. I don't think LucifroN meant to do that, because he was fording the spears. There isn't really any spears from Louis yet. Ghazi, ooh. No worker kills. Okay, first one, finally. There's a bunch of them on death's door there. And LucifroN is actually going in the tube. Okay, so we might be getting what we're talking about. It feels like a rarity these days, because usually one of the sides just goes to the castle play in the last few months by this point. But the Chug can now be the kings of the fighting. You force your opponent to go archer spears and diversify. Ghazi is a premium unit, is a counter to this premium unit. But without Tower Victory, it can often be difficult to get through this spear count quick enough to use the Ghazi. Horseman actually staying out to play. LucifroN starting to get a bit outnumbered. Oh, that is so fortunate, Louis. Because of Pro Scouts, that timing worked out perfectly. That could have been a lot worse due to the lack of vision. Because if the horseman hit that tree line, you're probably looking at -5, -6 villages. Imperial Pass now coming in. Like, what is China economy? Like, I get it, you know, their economy is pretty good in real life. Do we have to make it this good in game, though? Like, for realsies? Pretty sure, like, this point in history, they were kind of going through regular famines and turmoil and giant Mongol raids. And then there's obviously the rebellions and the switch to the dynasty and the corruption. Where's the corruption, huh? Like, where's the suffering? No, I guess the suffering for Chinese players is figuring out how to use Imperial officials. But once you figure that out, it's cruising and bruising mode. Like, look at this. He's an age ahead. Now he's going to get an eco lead off Song. Military upgrades should be coming through fast. Looks like he hasn't actually got supervision going for it right now. Oh, no, pause that thought. Spearmen are being prioritized. It's just crazy, man. Louis is almost ready for his own tech up. Scholar count is decent as well. But you see how much he was hurt by the lack of sacred sites. Like, this has just been great control by LucifroN. And now potential edge in a fight. Veterancy for Spears is going to be there. Horseman upgrade is being rushed, as is the Chug Nu. Only about 10 seconds away on those remaining upgrades. And Louis, yet to start a tech up. He needs to buy some time. Ghazi are going to look to purchase that time slot. They're wrapping around the back now. There is some spearmen being rallied to the back, though. This is the thing. Yeah, I love this. The Imperial Palace choice is so smart. I don't think LucifroN revealed it, right? Louis wouldn't have seen it. So he probably thinks it's a clock tower and that he got close and there's only like one spearman here. No. Already 4 vet spears in a choke point of all things as well. Bad dive for Louis. Realizes it a little bit late there. Does cost him some Ghazi. And LucifroN's main army now approaching the base. An ambitious dive on the front side. Chug count is only at 10, but he's got the horseman here as well. It's a very difficult fight for the 24 archers for Louis. And tech up complete is now go time. LucifroN rotating around the back. Berry workers. Uh-oh. And these are vet horsemen. They can kill fast. The problem is the Chug going to be slow to react. In the meantime, the spearmen keep chasing the Ghazi. No way. He's actually engaging it now. Terrible exchange there for loueMT. So several of the cavalry either at death's door or dead. I think actually, did he keep them all but one alive? Yeah, he kept them all alive, but now these health bars mean they're going to be difficult to use on the defense. LucifroN has now got lancers on the way. A very tricky game now for Louis Defred. There's going to be a lot of pressure coming towards him. However, Louis is looking to make the best of the situation. He spots loose from the north side. He's sneaking relics back from the east. This is ridiculous. Is he actually going to get most of them home? Villages in the north are going to be found, so LucifroN's going to extend that economy lead. Yeah, there's no saving these. The problem for Louis is the upgrades aren't in yet. Scholar count's a bit deceptive because probably about 4 of them, 5 of them are out in the field looking for relics. Nice cut down. Ghazi are still waiting. The problem is that LucifroN sees it. Yeah, he always has a few spears here. This is just getting a bit awkward. Then again, LucifroN. No reaction. Lucy. We'll look to pull away now. Luckily for him, Veteran Ghazi upgrade is not in. It's still going to be some eco hemorrhaging, though. He's pulling the troops back in the center. Ghazi are going to get mopped up, so that's all of the light cavalry gone. And Scholars... Oh, this is... They've already snatched it, man. LucifroN's timing. I don't think he supervised the monastery. No. Yeah, I was about to say, like, this queue for the first one has been a long wait. So no supervision meant he just didn't have the timing to get any relics. There's one left in the field, and that one might not be here long. This is rough. Research speeds are also looking decent. Ranged armor 2 coming in soon. LucifroN. No, 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 no! Oh my god, that was so close. I don't know what they were rubbing up against, but he almost actually got converted there. That was some weird pathing behavior. They just kind of slowed down and they rubbed against something invisible there. Because they were this wide from the sacred site. Yeah, I think this is always the frustrating thing with Delhi Scholars as well. You know, you compare it to any other unit. A Wallow, you got a Lancer you kill, right? But with the extra party health, it just feels like often that's a bait. So good job by LucifroN denying the relic on the east side. But west side has now been grabbed. Yeah. And quite ambitious to try and take the sacred site. No. Get out of here. He's got all 5. How is it with the state of this game, with the way that like LucifroN played the last few minutes, that Louis is somehow undamaged with 5 relics? Make it make sense. I've seen charges get blocked by sacred sites recently. I think I may have seen it once or twice. I mean, the other one is I think they fixed it finally. Falcons used to block charges as well. The Mongol Falcons. So if you're being charged by a unit, you can just throw a Falcon at them. So, like, pretty much, like, what you should have been doing, if you ever done that, is you should have, at the top of your breath, yelled, Pidgeotto, I choose you! And then just, like, yell Pidgeotto, use headbutt. Oh my god, Lance is using headbutt, though. Last time it was Ghazi, easily answerable. This is much worse. LucifroN, back of his base in peril here. Villagers, I mean, if these Lancers just turn around right now. I can't believe that. That one villager just saved 3 more lives, and he stays alive himself. A few extra Lancers are going to get mopped up. But you can't help but feel LucifroN is now being forced into a defensive hold here. Whereas before, he was threatening and all in. Doesn't have the room anymore. And what Louis now has the wiggle room for is the scale. He's rushing the stone. 5 relics in the bank. On top of that, he's going to have castles to inflate his economy. Does still need to solve for the food issue. Pro Scout shenanigans have been removed now. Like, all the deer has been exhausted. The boar is something that LucifroN has for some runway, but you can see he doesn't want to play that way. That optimization as well. Barely any food in reserve. We do have 2,000 wood, so farm transition coming in shortly from LucifroN. You do have to remember that Louis' military count is still a bit deceptive due to the scholar count, which is why he's giving a bit of space to Lucy still. Also, we talked about Louis' playstyle in these situations. Build a lead, and then make your opponent come to you. That's the whole concept of these castle drops. Nice raid attempt. Unfortunately, last time there was extra villagers, this time not. And the castle drop is going to be at home, so he's worried about the all-in. Makes sense. His opponent's been playing infantry, so remember, when you go infantry on a map like Gorge, your ability to play the flanks is weaker. I think that's why we saw LucifroN struggle for that all-in kill point when he had the Castle Age edge. His Horseman will do a great job, but when you add in Chug in particular, you move so slow. It's difficult to make those rotations west and east simultaneously. Meanwhile, Lancer's much better at making those rotations, and he catches LucifroN at the beginning of the farms. Death to taxes. Maybe death to villagers. Needs to be careful because he is leading him across the tree line. Instead, it's just going to be Lancers running away or targeting crossbows. More on the way, though, and he baits him away with the spearman. Uh-oh. LucifroN, he doesn't realize either. He's distracted. Army's engaging him. He finally realizes what's happening over here, but the eco lead, this is ridiculous. That hit right there may have just sunk LucifroN and blown the wind out of his sails. He'll get back to trying to make the farms work, but that is it, folks. He's done it. loueMT, the unslayable beast, now, for the second time in a row, you're king of the HIMS Cup. And I wouldn't want to go up against him. I mean, honestly, encountering this guy has to make the hair just fall off your head. Such a brutal tactician, a master of the raids, and a master of HIMS Cup. Woo-wee! Louis' hairline protector, but everyone who goes up against him has to be worrying about that hairline disappearing. But guys, you could save your hair. That's right. These show matches are able to happen courtesy of the assistance coming in from HIMS. So if you're not familiar with HIMS, HIMS is a service that offers medical access to people who are suffering from a few different things. So one of their things is ED, but the one we're focusing on this month is hair loss. So if you guys are maybe looking at your hairline and going, man, I miss those glory days where I used to have the full Goldilocks, maybe HIMS can help. So if you want to support the channel, at least go check out their website, even if you don't buy, !HIMS to go across. They have a very helpful survey, which I can show you guys here, where you click on the get started once you get there, and then it will ask you some questions to try and help guide you to the medical services you need. So the idea with this service is that it's meant to be pretty fluid, less complicated than going through your doctors and having to go to the in-person appointments. And on top of that, most people, as you can see here, have been seeing good results between 3 and 6 months. The reality check is you shouldn't feel ashamed if you're not able to have this hair. No, but seriously, you should feel bad if like it's just not working out for you. The reality check is like we all have different problems that ail us through life, but we shouldn't let that hold us back. So if you do miss your hair and you want to try to get it back, maybe worth checking out HIMS. Make sure you do your research on it. Obviously, we're talking medicinal things here, and make sure you do ample research as you get into it. But like I said, for some people, HIMS probably provides the simplest solution to the alternatives. So big shout out to them for supporting the channel. Big shout out to them for making these show matches possible, and plenty more to come. Why is the logo a bald man? To remind you that not everyone can look that good. So, that in mind, although we are done with the loueMT versus LucifroN, we can do some more. So, what we'll do now, let me check the state of the KPMM because we might have some midweek musters we can do. So bear with me 1 sec while I check what has been played. Okay, so we could do CSO versus Hussein. We could do Anatan versus Jondo. Do we have any that are coming up as well? Not too soon. We got some that are going to be happening past midnight. Yikes on that. Like, I'm not going to respond to that visual one. Load the hell. Lul. Wood. It's already gone. Maybe they can help. Why no Dimmu in the Bull Cup? Maybe we'll have them in the future. It's a possibility. It really depends on like people's availability and wanting to play, etc. People who are interested can always reach out to me as well. So, let me update the name of the stream. So we're going to be going midweek muster. I reckon we'll check in on 1 or 2 series. So we can do... Let's do the Anatan series. Let's do the CS. Let me have a look. Let's if I can find their accounts. CS always has a weird name. By weird, I mean it's in a language I don't understand. What do you think about having some maps played in Nomad or Dominion game modes in 1v1 alongside the other maps? So I've been thinking about actually having some like formats that involve Regicide. I thought would be interesting as like a different win condition. Could be cool. That could be intriguing. I don't think Nomad is like a good thing to have per se though. The problem with Nomad is it just inherently slows down the early game in a really boring way. But we're going to start off, by the way, guys, with CSO versus Hussein. So let me quickly wipe the draft. For those just tuning in, we are done with loueMT versus LucifroN. loueMT remains the champion of HIMS Cup. And we are going to be having a round of 32 game. So, our resident modder, Hussein, shout out to him, by the way. He's been grinding non-stop in these weeklies. So, we'll check out probably 1 or 2 of the round of 32s to close out the stream. Let's have a look. So, you got both the new civs, and then you random bans. What on earth? Do I even, like, I don't... By the way, also, and let me switch over the scenes because we should be in this draft now. I need to unload the logo. There we go. I change my overlay settings. Boom. By the way, guys, another way you can support, outside of clicking that HIMS link that we talked about, 2 other things do me a really big favor. We were doing a stream of Tempest Rising the other day. If you want to check out Tempest Rising, have a look back at our VODs of that. But I'm going to drop a link. It simply leads through to the Steam page. Give it a click, because that also does support us with those guys. So it's absolutely free to do. Another thing that's free to do is checking out Opera GX. See 109 new users so far. Let's smash that number. I know you're capable of it. Check out the browser. It's really cool, actually. Someone's telling me about a really unique feature as well that I loved, which is if you have it on your phone and you have it on your PC, you can essentially like resume activity between those two browsers, which is really like quite quirky. I haven't seen other ones do that so far. But there's loads of good reasons. Even got a free built-in VPN, which is great for accessing all the TV shows you otherwise can't. Like, how many of us have bought a VPN for something we like one-offs as well? Like, I found like getting Adobe cheap is one. But it feels really bad when you spend on, like, you know, a year's subscription or something. The cool thing about Opera GX is they have a built-in VPN, so you don't have to pay. But we're going to open up with Ibids versus House of Lancaster. We've got a brand new map, by the way. Shout out to Avli for this. It's a really cool one. So give me a sec. I want to make sure everything's updated. I don't think excavation has been added to this yet. Oh yeah, that's another one for Cal. It's got to keep up. There's always new maps coming, XD. Let's get ready to hop in. You don't believe in free VPNs. Has anyone noticed HIMS always just complains? I thought I was bad. Honestly, to the free VPN point, even the paid ones where it's like privacy, yada, 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 most of them is really like not that great for privacy. If you ask any tech quiz, they'll tell you this. Like, always the customer type situations, right? Why is that showing Enlightened Horizon? That should just be unknown. Okay, there we go. Molvad, okay, I mean, well, don't know if you got an affiliate code for that, but whatever, I haven't heard of them before. All I know is, like, for VPN, the uses that most people want for a VPN, you don't really need the full kit and caboodle of, like, privacy, etc. For most people, they literally just want a way to be able to get something cheap or watch a TV show. Yeah, no predictions on this one, Fat Flop. One and all, we've got something special, though. I've been promised something very interesting, which I know round of 32s and KPMMs can sometimes underdeliver. But our boy Hussein has been on the grind, and I've been promised a big surprise here. We are on a brand spanking new map. Shout out to Avali for this one. This is excavation. It's time to get your pickaxes and go and digging, because every single one of those relics is slap bang deep in these points of interest. In fact, there is quite a few points of interest. So instead of there being the standard 5 relics, rather, there is, remember correctly, is it 8? Yeah, 8 relics, 4 around each player's base. Remember, these Forgotten Ruins require you to stick a villager inside to excavate a relic 6 minutes from now. So yeah, bye-bye HRE. Maybe all of a sudden they won't be banned every time. But game 1, we are going to have Hussein on the left side playing his House of Lancaster. CSO on the east, a familiar side. This guy loves his Ibits, and for good reason. Has some really impressive timings around these desert raid-based strategies. Dervish as well. Curious to see what Hussein's going to be able to do, though, because we are opening up with a Dark Age rush from Lancaster. You sure about that? This is a pretty good spawn for CSO against Dark Age rush. It's a back gold. So it feels like something that should be quite hard for Hussein to access. Wait, he's... Oh, my God. Oh, my... You magnificent genius. Guys, what does Lancaster like to do right now? Well, they're English at heart, so you want to have good manners, right? Manners cost stone. So what if you could deposit a villager and start generating infinite stone at a better rate than a villager is capable of? Because remember, the villager inside here will give you 60 stone a minute. That's crafty. That is actually quite crafty. We've seen some cool creativity around this, by the way. We have a game that I think is or will be going up on the YouTube side where B makes great use of Mongols on the Forgotten Ruins point of interest, because Mongols use stone for military presence. So garrisoning their village inside here even better. But this is cool, man. So he's going to follow up by rushing to the enemy side, but now he has the ability to get stone kicking into the economy. Would be worth getting a second, by the way, because of what he's doing here. Because double Forgotten Ruins with stone, that's going to equal enough stone per minute to build a manor. But I think the thought process for Hussein is right now, doing it so early, he'll end up accruing surplus stone by the time he builds manors. And yeah, when the point of interest gets decapped, your villager gets ejected. So that's the balance point. Something that is interesting about these, by the way, they're a little bit bugged right now. If you use the return to work button on your TC, it will eject the villagers here. That's not the only thing I think is clunky. The other thing I'm not confident was meant to happen is when you eject from the Forgotten Ruins, if you re-garrison, it starts the countdown timing again. So you can, with Forgotten Ruins, technically get infinite stone, which makes these a ball ache and free-for-alls. And what the what? Alright, this game is mind-bogglingly wild. Step 1, we have Hussein farming stone for the Lancaster Castle build in an efficient way. And step 2 is CSO is just as crazy on the other side. We've got Trade Wing Bazaar for game 1. What? Against Lancaster? No. What's the strategy here? I am confused. I'm intrigued, but simultaneously confused. Because the options you get here, guys, are terrible against range fire. What is the plan? Is it just eco? Maybe you get stone rolls? And okay, so he got 2 traders. He's going to trade. He's actually going to trade. Sorry, I'm still a bit husky in the throat. But he needs to walk out to the corner, right? And boom, there we go. So it's going to be mass camel trade. And guys, I think this is what CSO wanted, because he actually did have a ticket available for Bedouin skirmishes. He actually kind of hit the jackpot. So he got double trader ticket, 1 food ticket, and Bedouin skirmishes. I think this is the perfect, like, comp. You can't ask for better than this, actually. How intriguing. Is he going to go and use it, though? Well, traders already on the way. Only 16 gold so far, but he's going to be able to reroute them shortly. Hussein, this is now an eco game. What is better, trade or manners? I mean, because do we really want the answer to that? I feel like most of you can figure out what the answer to that's going to be, right? Yeah. I don't want to say it's obvious, but when you think about it for a little bit, like the return rates on manners just feels really good. In particular because there is 0 risk to you. I think trade scales faster. It's a little bit funky with the camel traders because they actually are less efficient than standard traders. Then again, they are cheaper, but I don't think that cheapness applies when you're building them like this. Like, you're very limited unless you want to actively add them in from the marketplace. Which so far, CSO is not doing. And it looks like CSO is going to start capturing the Forgotten Ruins, so maybe some stone gen of his own. I think this is actually more about the tech timing, because obviously a big win condition for Ibids is often the Dervish Relic Pool. And this map here, this is called Excavation. It's Avali's latest creation. And it is our default map for week number 24 of the Midweek Musters. Okay, so Bedouin skirmishes are going to do really well against Spearmen. They also trade reasonably well into Yeomen, because both Spears and Yeomen are light infantry. So technically the solution to that is Hobilars. I've yet to see a single game where Lancaster builds Hobilars in Feudal Age, and it feels good. Ay. Is he going to get him ejected? Oh, he already did. But the villager left. Okay, so yeah, he's fine. The same pulled away quick enough. 20 health left on it. Sorry, I was looking at chat. I should have seen that on my screen, literally looking at it. Okay, so well played by CSO to decap that. But honestly, Hussein already got great value. He afforded the triple mana, and he's still got enough stone now left over to get a 4th. But remember, he's also got this one generating, the one right behind his base. And yes, the point of interest will have reset, so if he goes in with a villager again, it'll be another 6 minutes. This is something I'm personally not a fan of, and what I was saying should be changed. Points of interest, the Forgotten Ruins ones, should have 360 stone on them. And the way it should work is that there'll be a 360 or 360, and it'll deplete when you're inside. And it can't be unlimited stone. That also gives good tempo control, where if my win condition is relics, I can come back for it later. Because currently, someone could just come by every 5 minutes and block my win condition of relics entirely. Which, like, if you're rushing for relics anyway, having to idle a villager for stone that you don't necessarily need is already a big disadvantage. Okay, so Hussein now into the Yeoman. We are getting the castle up from CSO. Likely, what, Growth Wing here? He could go Dervishes, but there's nothing to pick up. So it has to be Growth, right? I think CSO is one of those people who's been experimenting with Master Smiths. So I know that could be an option. I don't think it's great here. You could argue Industry Wing. There we go. It's going to be Growth. So like the reason why Industry Wing could make sense here is like for a very weird free TC build because you're gathering stone from the excavation points. It's just not worth it. Free TC is too much, I think, for Irobids in a rush. 2 is organically going to happen because of the stone gathering. Speaking of stone gathering, Hussein. Oh, he's in all of them. Yeah, so you're going to have to unlock those mana upgrades quick, bud. Because you're going to be rolling in the stone. What do you think those villagers are doing in the ruins? You can see what they're doing. Look at him. Look at him. Look, you can even see him. He's a very tiny villager, though. It feels like someone dropped off their son in daycare, actually. They'll leave little Timmy to play with the clay pots. What if he finds something valuable? Psh, we're in like the medieval age. No one cares. What's he going to find? A rusty dagger? They're doing whatever Indiana Jones does? No, this is the you remember the little Asian sidekick for Indiana Jones? This is him. Like, just genuinely, look at the size. It's a kid. The impressive part is like the kids spend so long in there when they come out, they're fully grown adults. So at this point, it is not quite a sweatshop. It's more like a youthful salt mine. Okay, growth is kicking in soon, but Hussein is caught up. His castle's not too far away. It's like the chase is going to be in from the Bedouins. So Hussein will have to hunker down, but he's mustering the nobles right now. Nobles that shouldn't really do that well against Desert Raiders and Bedouin swordsmen. But we'll at least give him the breathing room. And look at the timing on this. This is going to be filthy. Yep. 8 mana's up, so that is going to be a 10 Demi-Lancer pull for the low price of 500 resources. Yeah, good counter presence, because... Oh, this is sick, actually. You know what you can do? Oh, Whoa, yeah, Hussein. Oh, man. Yeah, he had to cancel, because I was about to say, where did it go? He wants the full 11. Bit greedy. I think 10's good enough, because what you can do with this, guys... CSO has villages out in these. You can block his win condition on relics by doing this. You just run out, you decap. That's -2 villages and -2 relics, because your opponent won't be able to excavate them. Yeah, there's definitely some volatile timings here. Hussein, there's a possibility he gets forced into White Tower with this build, which feels quite sad. White Tower only really makes sense in rush builds because you get the Ulsguard to do something with. This isn't a rush build. Your opponent's already at the point where you could get Camel Lancers. Speaking of a different kind of Lancer, though, the Demi-Lancers on the way. First relic has been excavated here and here. Other one did get intercepted, but the west side one is chilling. That feeling when you excavate the stone just to give relics to your opponent, right? Okay, here's a thought, guys. Demi-Lancers are very good at killing camels because they have low base anyway, so who cares? He could sandwich him here, but the villagers are definitely easier targets. King's College is on the way. In the meantime, there's going to be a dive in. Worker kills being achieved here. CSO, whoa! Up to 5 worker kills in total, and it's going to be more now. Uh-oh, CSO is able to cut off the retreat. This is ridiculous. It's 60 eco to 34. TC should be able to reset this eventually, but not before serious damage is done. More workers coming out to their death. And more pulled over now for the tech up. That's going to force the dive. CSO heads on in. Archers and Desert Raiders tickling away at this. This is looking bad. He may have 9 manas, but the manas have their limitations. They may have reached it. Demi-Lancers are returning fire on the other side. Nowhere near as quick, though. In fact, where are the rest? Oh my god, there they are! Did you just see that? It went from 1 worker kill to 6, now up to 11. This is ridiculous! CSO didn't know us. And now the Demi-Lancer's just also got an auto upgrade. Talk about a punch to the throat. He's not done though, he's chasing for more. CSO has still not noticed this. This could kill him. Where's that eco lead? It's disappearing. 37 eco now to 36. Oh, sorry, 31 to 36. All of a sudden, Hussein is back in the lead, courtesy of the manners. Oh my god. And now, as CSO, like, what do? You need to rush relics? He's got the Moss coming in. He's got one accessible. The other one got decapped and killed. And the south side hasn't been garrisoned yet, so he's actually not that well off. However, he has gone 2 TC, courtesy of the Gamble Wing, giving him the Stone Gen. Unbelievable. Hussein, that was incredible. People, like, waking up now because they probably drifted in like, oh, who cares? You know, it's CSO, it's a top 16 player. Who's Hussein? For those wondering, Hussein actually is quite decent in the game. He's ranked 659th in the world right now. He's been in the top 800 on Conk before. And he may be about to lead in this series as it currently looks. He's got Mass Yeoman on the way against Mass Desert Raiders. Billman as well. So Spear plus Yeoman against Mass Desert Raiders. This is not a good look for CSO. It just feels like this game, it was all going well until the Demi-Lancer hit. And now look at the state of things. One ram trying to knock in. Interesting choice to go into crossbows. Not really necessary here. And the whole point is these Demi-Lancers are just a front line. They just absorb a lot of the blows meant for the premium units. Now, did Hussein actually scout the TC? I don't think he dove deep enough. So maybe Hussein doesn't realize like the position is in here, which is one way he can actually outmass. He's waiting for the Yeoman upgrade to come in. Another thing to remember, guys, if he gathers a little bit of wood, a little bit of gold, we have got Shire Levy waiting to happen with maximum pull. So totally worth it. Honestly, Hussein, I think you lean to that now. Shire Levy's a crazy timing. Especially when your opponent's all in on Desert Raiders like this. We do have a switch now to Horseman. But in the very beginning of that switch. You can see he wants to lean into it hard. He already went for the veterancy. Sync shot coming. So, okay, I think Hussein's timing here is sync shot almost complete into Shire Levy so that he goes up to about 40 Yeoman. Relics are also being picked up by Hussein, by the way. This one got reset again, but it's 2 relics compared to 1. You're seeing how CSO's being punished for the lack of excavation. Yeah, this is a very unique mechanic, by the way. Like, people were recently moaning, like, okay, KP, why are you okay with manners, but you're... Like, not okay with manners, but you're not... but you're okay with the relic rush. Well, it's because there are ways now of preventing that as well, which is cool. This fight, anything but cool. That's a wipe. CSO, oh my god! And he calls it! Our resident modder just took a game from one of the best Age of Empires 4 player. Don't tell me Midweek Muster doesn't have upsets. It doesn't have surprises. Round of 32, and our boy just delivered. Man, it was all going so well until the Demi-Lancers. Let's go! Hype it up in chat. Hussein! What a lad. Hussein rhymes with big brain? That's true. I can't fault that. The math checks out. Alright. So, let's mark it up for our boy. He done well. I'm impressed. So that was Lancaster versus Ayu. Win for the right. G2, we are going to be going into Enlightened Horizon. Not bad, actually. He got Ottomans. Ottomans against Japanese. I don't think Japan is completely worthless here, but like Ottomans can actually... Like, they have some very good timings to make the matchup feel almost impossible. Nah, I'm trying to think if the new Yumi's worth it. I feel Ottomans are still heavily favored here. The dices mean that he randomed. And do we need to switch sides? No, we're good. One and all, talk about a huge upset. Our resident modder, Hussein, is leading his best of 3 series against Team Elephant CSO. If you're not familiar with CSO, he is the second best player out of China. He's top tier. He's actually in the playoffs, the top 8 of the Elite Classic 3. A force to be reckoned with, but this is wild, man. Actually, did he make top 8 chart? I think... Oh, I need to double check. He might have just missed out. He was literally on the cusp. Yeah, sorry, I was right. He did make it through. So this is a top 8 player by current S tier standards. And Hussein not only is leading the series, but has an incredibly good matchup. We're in Enlightened Horizon for Game 2. Ottomans versus Japan is meant to be incredible for Ottomans. There's a lot of different focus points here. So for a start, there's the efficiency on the opening play. Your Rax is cheap compared to your opponent. Allows you to fluidly move into some counterplay as you outmass him on spears. Then long, dark / feudal with mass melee means that Imams are favored. Ottomans are better there again because they have the heal all of a sudden. And then the melee armor. I think for Japan to win this matchup, you have to lean into range units. And you are correct. Japan does pay less for the racks as well. One interesting thing did already happen, by the way, is that Hussein built the racks here instead of out here. I think Ottomans is a civ that can build the racks this deep. Because you walk out, it's only 90 wood, then you build a house afterwards. If you do that with a villager, you 85% cap the merchant camp by standing in range of it. And then, because of the time it takes to build a spearman and build a house, by the time you build a house, a spearman will come out to take over on the capture. So definitely would have been a bit more efficient for Hussein to do it that way. But it looks like he's going to try to punish CSO for going straight after the wolves. Very early as well. Yeah, only 2, but it's going to work out. CSO truly min-maxing this. So gets the first burn. It's going to be 150 gold in his pocket. And CSO will have to back off here. However, I actually think he can contest him here. The Samurai's on the way home. CSO's got extra spearmen coming out. Is he really going to let him get it? Yeah, he gives it over. Okay, a little bit surprising. I thought he might ring a roses here. Looks like Hussein is going to be stopping at the 4 spearman, by the way. Why, though? You've still got your wolf den to get. And if you get the timing right here, you pop block your opponent, and then you can burn the racks. I don't know, man. I think Hussein probably could have kept going. And, wow, he requeues now. Okay, that's kind of unfortunate. Yeah, the macro didn't make sense because Hussein was holding a lot of food, but he didn't build a mining camp yet. So I'm not really sure what happened there. Something must have distracted him. He's now going to move over to take his wolf den. But because of the timing interaction here, it means he's now going to be forfeiting his merchant camp. Not just that, CSO could actually end up being a bit quicker on the tech up now. He just needs to fix the food. And 2 samurai, 4 spearmen should be good enough. He's already actually marching north side to try and grief the wolf den. Really important detail, guys. When you're watching wolf dens, you've got to watch that 150 HP mark. Whoever gets the wolf den to that number, the strike that gets it there is the one that gets the gold. You could do 90% of the work on the way, and your opponent could come in and get the final hit, and they would take the bounty. Not good timing here, because look, CSO's already in range with this scout. Ooh, he's going to lose it. And that's key, actually. Hussein, he killed it quick enough here that he will secure the gold. So well played. Our local modder from the Middle East is able to thread his way through. And he needed it as well because the food income was getting out of control. 400 surplus with a tech up. Madrissa now with 11. CSO looks a bit more well optimized here. Only 3 in the Kuristor house and not much reserve resource being held right now. Doesn't mean Hussein's in a bad position because likely you wanted to open Sapahi. Then again, I think you have to begin Archer here. Like, credit to CSO. The thing I really like about his build, I've seen multiple Japanese players just go mass samurai. And it's weird. I don't think it's great for them. Leaves you quite weak, actually. So what you do instead with this type of build, you use the samurai as more like your absorbent to take hits. and then you layer in Spearman for bulk. This makes you a lot more lean on your timings. Also gives you great mobility to kind of catch up to people when they try to retreat away from you in a way that Samurai can't. And the other thing that's really important is against Ottomans, it stops Otto players from just going straight Sipahi. Because Sipahi will munch down on Samurai, especially with the Imam point, which has now been pulled. I got to respect it. I love that Hussein's playing into this. A lot of players, I think, still fear this timing, and for good reason. It's a difficult build to pull off. Not for the faint of heart. You know, we've seen absolute top players like B pull it off, but you know, how many people look and go, I can do exactly what B can do, and then are able to achieve that? Truly is easier said than done. So Stable's coming in behind or Archery? Oh, is that what I think it is? Military school's intriguing. I've seen a few people just lean to military schools instinctively, and I gotta be real with you guys. I think military schools are a bait. In Feudal Age, definitely in Dark Age. I think Dark Age only makes sense for a deer shove into Castle. But if you're in a Feudal present build, it takes so long for military schools to really pay off. Flash coming in, though. This is going to be very good for Hussein. Numbers on his side and the healing just means CSO can't compete. He's being a greedy mother ducker. Okay, but that's awkward now. I wonder if Hussein realizes what's happening here. He's already gathered the stone from military schools, but if he's not being contested at all, not seeing new troops, alarm bells should be going off and you should be suspecting Castle. The good news is you take out the racks. That's important because this could have been the fast Castle mass foot samurai build that's been getting more popular. So that would at least slow down your opponent's timing. All right, ones if you think CSO is going to win this. Twos if you think Hussein's going to take it. We're 7 minutes in. We can start to paint the picture. It looks like both players are going for Castle. Hussein, maybe that military school proves justified when he gets the Castle timing. I don't like the positioning of his base, though. The problem with this layout that Hussein's doing is this is now inefficient on the blacksmith. He's going to have to add in another one because you're now going Mehmed Imperial Armory. Where do you put the Mehmed? I don't think there's enough room there. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Actually, ooh, maybe he is a genius. Is that enough room? It feels like it's half a tile or like one tile not enough. Yeah, so he won't be able to buff it unless he deletes the wall. We should probably talk about what's happening on the other side, though. Not this. This. Temple of Equality is coming in. Okay, so CSO, this reaction makes sense because he doesn't feel like he's going to be able to rush out the base. Temple of Equality is not a meme. It is overused a bit at the moment because everyone's crying for it all the time. The reality check is that this landmark is good when you are gold starved. And the thing about Enlightened Horizon is you don't have a lot of gold. You have 1.6k veins in your base. So this is a pretty smart adaptation, a pivot to avoid that problem. Another thing that's interesting is I'm pretty sure if you fight on the low ground here, the monks can actually debuff from up here. I'd have to double check that though, because it is quite a wide cliff on this map. And yeah, he's already into farms. Japanese workers have shiny hair. It's to distract away from the bald spots. And here's what we were talking about. Yeah, so I have to set up another blacksmith over here now. It's like, you were probably always going to eventually need one, but it's still an extra expense early on. We do have Hussein already playing out onto the map with deer, by the way. I think this is smart because with the way CSO's played this, now with the playing to shallow monks, sorry, Buddhist monks, he's probably not going to be rushing out of his base too quickly, outside of for relic play. However, with a double Imam point, you can look to snatch 2 away. And yeah, good lad. Hussein already in position to take the easy ones. Something that I think doesn't get praised about Buddhist monks, it felt like it was getting overlooked for a long time. This idea of scaling them to be like mass monks and give you gold, a lot of people didn't think it was that good because monks are expensive. You really should have a look at the Temple of Equality though. Buddhist monks only cost 80 gold. It's not that expensive. It means once you've got into the Zen tech, a Buddhist monk pays for itself in under 4 minutes. That's a pretty good deal, actually, considering the return rate on things like manners, which a lot of people feel is OP, is 3 minutes. Looks like we are getting Sipahi in the castle now from Hussein. Yeah, because he doesn't have enough Vizier points to rush into things like the Advanced Academy. We're nowhere near that point. He is going to start queuing up Janissaries, which is... Oh. Janissaries... I know what Hussein's thinking, but the problem is he hasn't scouted. His thought process makes sense, but like he hasn't seen what landmark it is. He hasn't checked what unit it is. There are no Mount Samurai yet. So you could argue this is preemptive because your opponent's going to go for it. I feel as if with the farm transition from CSO, his goal here isn't actually mass cav. I think it's mass foot samurai. Which is very good on this map, by the way, because of the short route. Look how close their bases are. If you have 30 samurai, you can break through this like nothing. Which is why Hussein... This detail is important overall, actually. I know Hussein is a big lover of Ottomans. He plays them a lot in community games, etc. Little tip to Hussein. Mango's not as good as Springles. Yeah, he's triggered. He's actually toggling them now, but I think genuinely, especially in like the Japanese matchup, the Mango's just not worth it. I think you straight up Springles, no hesitation. Your Relic's already home. Nicely played. So it's going to be a 3-2 split in favor of Hussein. Really good considering your opponent went for the Temple of Equality. Go full military school and pull Ronin and Jenny points. I'm not sure that's worth it. This is actually starting to look like fast imp macro. Really? Wait, what? Well, you are against almost a, I want to say like a passive build here. Mass Buddhist monk spam isn't about all-in aggro. It's about chill pill and the fact they can't kill you. So, I mean, pretty sure you can't debuff a Great Bombard. Oh my god, he's actually fast imping him. Just a big shout out to Hussein for the creativity with these builds. Game 1 was wildly creative, by the way. But G2, like, this is a very old school way to go. Maybe it doesn't seem creative to people, but like when you think about the fact that Ottoman players don't really do this anymore, at least not in our pro leagues, maybe in like ladder games, etc. What was that saying we've used before? You know, if you wait long enough to resurrect something that was dead, then it's creative again. If you go back to doing all-in Mongol scout rushes, well, we ain't seen them since 2021, so you're very creative. Well done. This is where we're going like, technically, you are correct. The best kind of correct. All right, I guess we can do 2x speed a little bit here, because this is idle point. CSO is blobbing for us all in. Hussein may have been a bit too greedy here. But if he keeps raiding with Sipahi, which I think is the idea, then CSO shouldn't come looking. Oof, and that feels bad. Adachi Tech kind of worthless against Sipahi mass. Six shots also locked in. Really well played. That gold's going to be crucial for these tech timings. There it is. Istanbul Observatory now being erected. Did Buddhist monks get a buff? No, people were just sleeping on it. So like partial is being slept on. Another part is over time just nerfs to the Yoroshiro drops for Floating Gate. But the other important thing that changed is Season 10 introduced these tiny gold veins. The small veins on these maps actually was a buff to the Buddhist monk build. Because now, when you're stuck in a corner and only have 3,200 gold, the idea of infinite gold generation on a unit that pays its cost back in under 4 minutes is a jackpot. Right now, he has got 24 Buddhist monks in climbing, each of them generating 25 gold a minute. Look at the amount of people on gold, and then look at his gold income with only 2 relics. It's a slow play, though. That's the catch. Technically, tempo-based builds could catch you out here. But those tempo builds need to be careful because like usually tempo builds involve things like lances, and that's where Buddhist monks will look good because The other value point for them is the debuff that they can apply is incredibly effective against high base damage units. So second TC from CSO now. He's playing more greed? Really? I love that. Oh no! Religious people! Don't make me not believe in the Sunni ways. Oh, that was brilliant. All he done is walked in, saw 30... I don't even know if Hussein actually processed they were Buddhist monks. He just like saw 30 pink units like, nope, 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 nope. They might be spearmen, they've got a long stick. Hussein's going wide on the flank, so we do have the drones added in. A Robotiquin switch is pretty sick, actually. We talked about the Great Bombard, but Robotiquin could feel even better here. I love the honesty from Hussein. He's like, yep, I genuinely thought they were spears. For a moment, I thought my life was forfeit. Oh, that's brilliant. Okay, so it is mass Janissaries into this. In theory, Janissaries, they are faster attack speed, lower base damage to a certain degree. It's still good base damage. So, like, in theory, the idea there is, like, less impacted by the Buddhist monk debuff. Is still going to hurt, though. The sprinters are going to be key. What Hussein's going to want to do in the fights, you want to almost let your opponent come in range of you so that you can get sprint shots on Samurai plus the Buddhist monks. That's the clutch play. Because these are only 90 HP. So even though sprinters don't get bonus against them, 14 base kills pretty fast. 40 Buddhist monks? I know, right? Like, why is this, like, this is rookie numbers? Keep going. These are like, what, half the value of a villager's gathering rate? They're actually not bad as just an economy unit. And that's an interesting thought, is that these are economy and military in one. Wait, did you forget to use tuning pack? Oh my god, you griefed yourself. What is this apiary? GG, get me out of this game. Yeah, so guys, there's a tuning pack at the moment because after the animations got tweaked in Season 10, a lot of units' attack speed values got altered. So, for example, Janissaries attack slower. I believe there was something with Chuganu that was a bit funky, if I'm not mistaken. But the really big one that we noticed, we actually have a video on YouTube about it if you want to check it out, is the Gilded Chuganu, as we call them, because crossbows attack speed was substantially inflated over what it should be. Hussein's going to realize what's happening here, right? He would if he was actually getting pinged right now. There we go. Just got a new ping. That should be the reality check, so it does get the clear. Cost him 2 workers, though. Or was it a 3, maybe? Alright, is this go time? It feels like it. Hussein, he's got the Great Bombard. Maybe, do we just get a second Great Bombard? Is it, like, maybe even worth it here? No, I don't think he has time to wait around for that. He's going to march forward. We've got the Siege Army up at 31 pop. CSO, whoa. Bold, switching them out of Samurai, but this is bold for glory. Castle of the Crow. If you can get out of the way. There we go. They got out of the way. 11 to build it up. But he's going the other way. No. It's not a Shogunate yet, but guys, he's actually not far away. CSO only needs 1,200 stones, so 400 more. We're going to knock on stone wall. You have got the double wall. Won't last long against the Great Bombard, so it's going to be a break-in. However, at this stage, CSO doesn't have too much of his economy here. The farms, yes, it's kind of awkward, but there's a second farm cluster being built. There's still deer over here. Berries he can move to on the north. I don't think this flatlines his economy at all. Great Bombard feels like it's taking a long time with this, by the way. Don't worry, the Springal's 1 damage is definitely helping. 19 workers on gold, and he has 2.5k gold. And thank you, Armakan, for the maths. 1,350 gold per minute from monks. And all it takes is 25% of your population. Bargain. He's now knocking on the door. is not going to be the Shogunate Castle. So no rocket launcher defense. In the meantime, the samurai go in. Hello. No elite tech, but no real army to threaten him either. This is ridiculous. This is a base race. Torches out. I mean, can he actually do this? The Castle of the Crow is going to be a bigger challenge, but should have enough torch power. CSO doesn't really have a way of killing the landmarks right now. The samurai count is not good enough. This is wild. What? I mean, it's feasible as well. 3 landmarks on one screen. A castle drop coming in. I can't believe this. Hussein. Is he about to 2-0 a top 8 player? Hussein's losing it all. This is all in. The villagers are being pulled as well. He's not wasting any time with this anymore. Janissary count at 40 means the Mount Samurai shouldn't really be doing anything. Please, for the love of God, toggle off of melee armor, though. Why? Why? Why are we on melee armor? Don't do this, Hussein. It's a 15% attack speed buff. Oh my God, if this is the difference. Siege is about to get backstabbed. Needs to react now with the Janissaries. Great Bombard in trouble. You can't afford those losses. The villagers don't get there in time. 1 down. If he takes out this other Great Bombard, I do believe that'll be too little siege for Hussein to win. He only has 17 Sipahi. Oh, Hussein. Money. Villagers just idling around in a weird way. He's going to grab the relics. Maybe some clutch Wallalows. Problem is, like, your Wallalows suck because you can't convert half of CSO's army. Yeah, religious can't convert religious. You don't just show a Buddhist monk a shiny relic and convince him that the 40 years he's spent believing was all wrong. Religion never will be that logical. Great Bombard's knocking. Mangoes are moving in, but the Sipahi. A freebie here. CSO, wait, what? What was the goal there? What was the gold here? Is he cannon foddering them? He's cannon foddering them. Into Revoltiquins? Not like this. Well, lol. No, he triggers both. Debuff starting to come through. Oh, if he had one more Wallow, that could have bought crucial time here to wipe the samurai. Instead, it looks like he's getting splintered. The backstab. This is it. A valiant effort from Hussein. But he will fall 1 landmark short of 2-0ing the second best player from China. I can't even, like, what the hell did I just watch? Hussein. Oh, so close, man. I think maybe those small, like, micro adjustments, like we highlight, like the attack speed or etc., maybe could have made a difference. I think also just losing that second Great Bombard. Yeah, it's interesting how, like, the strategy has a believable finish, but it's the teensy-wincy details around it that, like, make it fall down, right? Always challenging to adjust those. But it means we are heading to a deciding game. And it will be on Sunken Lands. So we're going to be having, if the game ever loads, we're going to have China versus Knights Templar. And yo, look who I've got. Is that Freya back from her holiday? Yeah. Hello, Frey. Did you have fun on holiday?
Yeah.
What did you do?
I played.
You played?
Yeah.
What have you done today?
I buy stream.
Bye, stream. Are you going to bed?
Bye stream.
Say night-night, stream.
Night stream.
Blow kisses. Give Daddy a kiss. That's you, yeah. Give Daddy a kiss.
That's you.
Hey, where's my kiss? You want that? Okay. You want the fire-resistant tag for a chair. Do I get a kiss?
I saw you.
Hey, do I get a kiss?
No.
No! Well, that's just rude. Kiss. Oh, you want cuddle? Okay.
My mommy's doing.
Mummy's there. She's going to take you to bed. I love you.
Not like that.
No, you take that, though. Are you going to bed?
I don't like.
Oh, you don't like that. Okay. You going to go to bed, Freya?
Yeah.
All right. Say bye-bye, stream.
Bye, please.
Bye-bye. Not for you. Not taking daddy snacks. Nice try. Love you. Mwah, mwah. She refuses the kiss. Dude, she like, whenever I leave the house, she's like, kiss all the time. And then she does me like that. I mean, that is... Ezra's getting all the Christmas presents now. Screw that. YouTube views didn't get wait, she said bye-bye stream, not just bye-bye Twitch, right? So YouTube got it too. All right, anyway, we have got one more game. It's going to be Chinese for CSO versus Knights Templar on Sunken Land. Knights Templar can work. The secret sites are kind of central, though. So it can somewhat be easy to get blocked out of your gold. Oh, sorry. Did I say Twitch? Sorry, YouTube. She appreciates you too. I need more of you to watch, more of you to subscribe. I need more of you to become members and subscribe on both platforms so that that adorable kid can afford new clothes. She's already in, I think we said like age 4 to 5. She's 3 years old. And we just said she's going to need to get 5 to 6-year-old clothes. She's a freaking giant. And those kid clothes aren't cheap. So yeah, if you haven't already, make sure you drop your subs in. Or if you want to do something free, !OperaGX, or click the link in the description on YouTube as well, because that will also support the channel by signing up, signing up with a free account. It helps raise more cap for the channel. What's up, Brit Boy? Thank you for the 13th month, and welcome back to the Swarm. One and all, welcome back to the series. It comes down to this. A G3. Hussein had us on the edge of our seats in that game too. Can we just give a big shout out? Like, I want Pogs in chat. I want to see the KP Pogs. I want to see the emotes used everywhere. To show support for Hussein, who took game number 1 from CSO and had us on the edge of our seats for a landmark rush in G2. It's got me wondering what we're going to see for the third game. CSO with the Chinese. Hussein on the other side has gone for Knights Templar. Map is going to be Sunken Lands. And you can see, if you control the mid-map, Sacred Site income can be good. But the challenge is in control. And on top of that, this is a map that's looked pretty good for Pro Scouts with the 30 deer on offer. CSO, of course, with the Chinese, has a very clear and easy way to play for those deer. Hussein, not so much. Usually you can at least shove one deer in because one spawns just out of TC range. CSO's buff for this game? In what way? Because he's Chinese playing Chinese? Oh yeah, so like this is actually Hussein's own fault. So he's Iranian. If he had been like Lebanese or like Turkish, these countries that got like invaded by the Knights Templar, then he would have had had a deeper understanding of them. Yeah, that's a problem. Hussein's like Pepe Hans. There is no Iranian Civ. I guess did Abbasids I think the Abbasid Caliphate did kind of stretch into that territory. I think that's the closest you get, actually, right? Because Ayabids is meant to be basically the Mamluks. And I think their territory limits were shy of that. The Abbasids controlled Iran? There you go. So it's Abbasid. Why are you an Ottoman main then? Like, bruh. Yeah, so like, Delhi speak Farsi. The Abbasids controlled your country for 150 years. But you're an Ottoman main. Intriguing. And now you're a French main. Kingdom of France coming in. CSO on the other side has gone Spears opening. Interesting. Did he think he was going to get contested on Pro Scouts? Or this might just be to deny Pilgrims? Bit funky over Horsemen, though, no? Like, why would you build Spears against a Civ that loves building archers? Oh, of course. He went Ottomans because 3 units. You're that guy. All right, here's a funny thought. Knights Templar, Ottomans, House of Lancaster. The 3 civs that he's played the series. He could end up winning only with the civs that are the furthest from home. The Europeans. Chili sauce is gorgeous? Don't know. Like, I've probably had chili sauce and things. I just don't remember. Hummus is goated. Hummus is the way. Like, you know, like, you take falafels and you just dump them in hummus. It's like, it's just... Name me many things where you can dip itself in itself, and it's so good. And oh my god, this is so good. CSO, he's Barbican rushing him. Wait, is this going to be in the stealth forests? No, he's using the stealth forest to get closer. This is about the tree line. Don't do him like this, man. Is the Pilgrim going to scout it? It would be big if it does, because maybe you get an archery range in time. It's going to be stables. That's going to be too slow. No. This is cursed. And look how deep he's going. You monster. You wouldn't dare. Not like this. CSO, he's done it too early. He's missed macroed. It doesn't matter, though. The Chevalier is 25 seconds out. Wait, the archer range? The archer range is blocking him. He can still build it here. He'd have to go deeper. And he has been seen. He has been seen. Villager pull has to happen now. He's going to rush the archer range instead. How did... I'm losing my mind. He still doesn't have the economy to build it yet. Oh my god. What is this series? This series is wild. And there it is. No. Archer's going to come out. The TC fire is hitting in. He needs the villager pull right now. Like, this isn't enough. The archer can't carry this. It's going up. Oh, no. Okay, so do the pilgrims get by? The pilgrims actually might get shot depending on which side they spawn. Even if they go to the west side sacred site. Oh, this is so chalked. He's killing the spearmen instead of the villagers as well, right? No, he's going for the worker kill. Okay. But, like, this is going up. And then... Oh, please, thank God. He pulls his sheep to the back, so he's still going to have food. This is looking pretty bad. I'm going to be real with you. No one expects that... Wait, where are you going? Help. Help. There's something ironic about the Civ that can't build gunpowder units, that refuses to, being killed by them so early in the game. I can't believe that. So Hussein, this is what I was talking about, by the way. He should switch his sacred site to the west side, but sometimes the pilgrims spawn on the east side. If they spawn on the east side of the TC, they're still going to die. Probably. They should get hit at least 3 times. This is... I think this might be a depressing end to the series for Hussein. This is not great, guys. CSO already has a substantial worker lead. Hussein is already playing further away from his base than he wants to. This was his home tree line. He's on a more risky one. And on top of that, CSO can now build military right in your base. And you can't use his... Oh my god. Was that the pilgrim? Bro, where are you going? What are you doing? I can't do this series. Alright. Before this game is over, one of these pilgrims has to not be drunk. Surely. I don't know, man. I feel like back in those ages, I would personally have to be very drunk to, as a Christian, travel into foreign religious territory unarmed. Like, to convince me to do that, I'd have to be drunk every day. So, let's see if we've got someone sobered or if all pilgrims are alcoholics. And all pilgrims are alcoholics. Yep, that little flask right there on his belt, full of alcohol. While he is full of bullet holes. I can't, man. I can't. Pathing in this game is... Alright, if you think that feels bad, this feels even worse. Ramming a Barbican is one of... Is it one of the most demoralizing things to do in Feudal Age in the game? I think so. It takes so much effort. Could you somehow wall this? No, because you'd have to run villagers in range of the Barbican. Because they spawn here, right? So you'd have to wall this. It would work. Even then, knowing the Pilgrim, he'd go to the right side. What he could have done early on is when he saw that he was trying to get the villagers in to do that, maybe just quick walling here would have solved the problem. And, like, actually, like, so in hindsight, like I was saying, I think the play here would have been you can wall or you could have outposted instead of archery range. Because archery range is 150, outpost 100. And if you build the outpost here while gathering some food for your villagers still, he can't dive you with the spears. That's why a lot of the time, what you should do with China in these situations is this greedy of a like Barbican, you should outpost first, and then you build the Barbican next to it. That's what we've seen a lot of high-level players do. Yeah, it's the archer rangers behind now. Plus horsemen, I don't see the way. It's Chug of all things on top of that. He has Clown Card inside. Good luck with that. You are now in killing range of the horseman. Wait, Garrison the TC, Garrison the TC. Oh, whoops, 2 times speed. Garrison the TC. I think when these horsemen dive in, like Garrison the TC is probably your only way. Otherwise, horsemen are just going to clear the ram first. Falcon just has so much HP as well. So first ram down. Oops. Oops. Sir, we might not want to be here. Yeah, and I'm like, I like that Hussein's very transparent about this. So in chat, he just said, I was too shocked to think correctly. And then that is the thing. Like, I want people to be mindful when we give feedback on like what did or happen, what should have happened, whatever. There's a mindset, right? Like, 1, there is the panic. 2, there is an idea you have that may not be apparent from the gold vision because we can see it's wrong, right? So it's always important to keep those things in mind. And I'm not surprised this caught Hussein off guard. Like, you know, the days of Chinese Barbican rushes, at least in conk level, are gone. It's a rare cycle these days. Not that we don't see it, it just doesn't come up often. Let alone as the initial choice. Barbican rushes on maps like Frisian happen in pro level, but they happen after the Imperial Academy. And finally, wait, so what? So we had to gamble on building level 2 Pilgrim for them to actually get the memo? Come on. At this stage, it does feel a little late, though. I wouldn't be surprised if CSO just ages up and builds the clock tower here. Archers are going to look to fight, but it's a decent amount of juke now. Doesn't feel possible. So he's trying to bait him to attack the ram and then jump up. You see the trades are just terrible. Kills maybe 1 juke, loses 3 archers. Ugly choke point to dive into. And the horseman flood arrives. Reinforcements are in. Yeah, they just got back from murdering the pilgrims, by the way. Those guys didn't get through. This is over. Props to Hussein. Round of 32 is meant to be very one-sided. Oh, well, not very, but obviously, you know, CSO's high ranking, yes. But credit to him for putting up a good fight in that game 1, game 2. This one just unfortunately was that classic, the one move and what do I do type feeling. What are you doing? Copy him. I'm going to be that parent. It's like, why can't you be more like your brother? Your brother's so good. I mean, he's dead too, but like... Anyway. If you guys enjoyed this, make sure you give the channel a follow. Make sure you share the videos around. And really big shout out to players like Hussein for signing up. Sign-ups open for 16 new applicants every single week. So make sure you sign up for the midweek musters like Hussein has. And, well, I think you can see the root of improvement. It doesn't maybe show in this final game, but especially that game number 1 shows you that the grind can pay off. Who knows? Maybe another future star. 07's in chat for our boy Hussein. A hard fight, but a valiant effort all the same. So CSO with the 2-0 will come out the victor. Alrighty then. I am getting quite hungry. Which is a sieve that isn't an AoE full. And therefore I do want to gobble up food. So I think we'll get ready to end the stream because I am going to be on EGC tomorrow. I might also be there on Sunday. I need to confirm that though. Saturday is definitely happening. And guys, did you see that cringe Reddit thread? Oh, sorry, not cringe. Very elegant, opinionated Reddit thread where he definitely clearly had a point. So there was a guy. I don't think it's going to show notifications now for some reason. Oh, wait. Why am I on a different account here? All right, that's weird. Yeah, there's a guy. I won't be able to find it. He, he basically said that I am terrible and Crackety needs to be put with someone better. So I was like, don't worry, buddy. I just confirmed with Lidicore, me and Crackety are going to be casted together this weekend. Big high five. But yeah, we will be back for more EGC action. So I'll be casting the games tomorrow. So I believe we're going to be doing Vortex, Poppy Paw, Anatan CSO, and then that'll be it. Yeah, it's just 2 series, right? Because BO7s. So, by the way, another thing you can do to support the channel, like I said, make sure you click on those HIMS links when you see them post up. Do me one solid, ! Tempest Rising. Go ahead and click that link as well. As I want those guys to be rewarded for helping out the channel. They've done a phenomenal job coming and sponsoring us. They didn't have to do that, especially considering like Tempest Rising been out for a bit. But that link just takes you through to the Steam page. So it's an easy lift for you guys. But the other thing I highly recommend is getting your hands on Opera GX. We've been working with them now for about 2 months. They came back and sponsored the channel again. A bunch of you have already picked it up. I see 109 new users. Let's make it a beautiful tomorrow. When I wake up, let me see that count go up to 150, 160. If you haven't, Opera GX, or if you're on YouTube, check the description links there. We're working with them again. If we get a lot of signups, they'll probably come back again and sponsor again. But every single sign up helps us get a little bit more money in the pocket. So, you know, for those that say they can't subscribe or they donate because money, that's fine. This is a free, easy way. Just download the browser and create an account for free. And by the way, you get loads of helpful features. So I always like to brag about the gaming corner where you can see upcoming releases. There is the built-in VPN, which is handy for just simple purchases where you want to get prices cheaper or you want to get access to different shows. Another thing that one of our viewers made us aware of is you can, if you're doing something on the phone, you switch over to the PC. Instead of having to open all the tabs and everything, it can save your progress across. So like if you're someone like me, on my phone, my browser has over 100 tabs. So if I need to access them because there's a lot of important stuff in there on my PC, it'd be a nightmare with Chrome, Firefox, etc. Easy to do with Opera GX. So big win for them. And there is, of course, the hide porn button. You guys can explore that one yourself more. What I'm going to do now, though, is go and explore some food. Thank you for watching, guys. We will be back on Monday for more Midweek Muster number 24. And, of course, HIMS Cup will return next Friday with another show match. We'll have more details to come early in the week. Thank you, YouTube. I'm going to end there. Twitch, we're going to find some.